A new flash flood warning has been issued.
All right, looks like we're ready to roll. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for everyone that's joining. Hello, Cruz. First again in the chat goes to Cruz 2 nights in a row. Let me double check, make sure we're good to go. Yep, looks like everything is working. Yeah, audio looks good. So hopefully everybody's having a good day. It's been a fairly active day for severe weather, as we kind of expected today. Where is my camera? There it is. Okay, centered up a little bit. Yeah, there's actually been a number of severe storms on and off through the day, and we can really see this pattern that's developed over the last, I don't know, 3 to 5 days or so. And the ridge, pretty strong, still across, centered across the Ohio Valley, the mid-south, and we have a complex of storms that are riding around that ridge with a ton of instability along the periphery of that ridge. So in here, there's a clash of air masses with troughing out west. You can see there are some storms actually out over the Intermountain West as well. You get Lee cyclogenesis also on the front range of the Rockies. That helps spark storm development. Complexes of storms start in the high plains and then work eastward from there. And as we saw last night, the storms that started last night are all the way, what's left of them, actually pushing into portions of upstate New York again this evening with a couple severe thunderstorm warnings and some new warnings for another complex of storms that's just crossing into upstate New York from the St. Lawrence Valley. There's a little mid-level disturbance riding actually westerly. It's riding a little bit on the southern periphery of the ridge. So still tons of heat, but with a little bit of temperature gradients. And there's just a little bit extra instability there. And that's kicked off some severe storms through the afternoon. And those should start to fade into the evening. But we'll keep an eye on some isolated severe storms still across the lower Mississippi Valley. Most of the weather seems to be concentrated towards the I-20 corridor. So we're losing some of that juice and some of that extra instability down along the Gulf Coast. If you have dinner plans along the Gulf Coast, should be a beautiful night. There is a decent amount of Saharan dust, so some top quality sunsets this evening. And yeah, we'll continue to watch those storms push across. Most of them now kind of oriented across the Mississippi Delta region. And then we're waiting. It's been a little bit slow to get going. Storms have struggled with a cap across the upper Midwest. Starting to see a little bit of development here. It's close to 7:30 in the central time zone. So hopefully here in the next couple minutes, we'll start to see what happens with these storms. But the models still hint and pretty much indicate that storms are going to break through the cap. And we should see at least a all hazards threat early on, and then transitioning into more of a wind with line embedded tornadoes later into the afternoon and evening. And yeah, for a little while, we may have a little bit of an all hazards threat with large hail, damaging winds, and a few strong tornadoes possible. That was one of the differences since we last had a live stream. The Storm Prediction Center did put out an update to their outlook this morning, and it did actually include the strong tornado hatching for the conditional intensity level of 1 out of 3 on these new CIG conditional intensity guidance. So we could get a couple strong tornadoes across these areas, western and central portions of Wisconsin, and then into southern Minnesota, southern Iowa. And I think there is a little sneaky tornado setup all the way back to the Mississippi, or not the Mississippi, the Missouri Valley. So keep an eye on storms around Sioux City, Carroll, and some of those areas in northwest Iowa as well. Otherwise, that's mostly the tornado risk is centered there in the upper Midwest. The wind risk, very high from the upper Midwest into the Great Lakes. We may also get a cluster of thunderstorms that develops off that Lee cyclogenesis, and that could bring some strong storms, potentially some considerable threats, severe weather to western Kansas and the Texas Panhandle again tonight. Otherwise, it's mostly a wind, kind of a standard wind risk across the Northeast. And again, diminishing severe threats across the South, but we could get a couple severe downburst wind gusts out of those storms. Hail is not much of a big factor for the Northeast or the South, but we could see some larger hail, again, kind of in that western Kansas area and then up into the upper Midwest. Tomorrow also looks like a busy day of note. They have right now taken the 5% away from the tornado risk, but we'll see. There's right now a broad area of 2% tornado risk and a very broad kind of large banana of slight risk right now, all the way from the North Dakota border with Saskatchewan, all the way down into the Great Lakes again. So another day, it looks like severe weather, fairly widespread. And yeah, it looks like also now on day 3, that's going to be for Friday, slight risk into the Northeast, and then another slight risk across the Dakotas into the upper Midwest. Since we don't have any tornado warnings right now, I will take a look at one other thing. Put this up here. We do have a new tropical storm, Douglas, that was just named this afternoon. And Douglas is out in the eastern Pacific, not a threat to land. It's a very lopsided tropical storm right now, and forecasted to continue the next couple days as a tropical storm as it pulls to the north, eventually a tropical depression again, and then kind of weaken as it gets into colder waters. So you can see where it is. It's very far east of Honolulu and the Hawaiian chain. It's also super far west of the Pacific coast of Mexico and obviously the Pacific coast of the US. So not a threat to anyone, but named tropical system. You can see there some probabilities. It's going to stay out in very extreme open water with really low probabilities that it gets up towards that hurricane strength. So most model guidance keeps it as a tropical storm, and that's what the official National Hurricane Center guidance does take that. You can see kind of where it's been kind of meandering around in this area developing. So this was an area of interest the other day. It's continued to work towards the north-northwest, and then just today and maybe yesterday started to pull more north, and that's where it's been named today as a tropical storm. So it's going to continue working to the north and a little bit northwest and continue into cooler waters. No issue there. There's no official forecast now for any tropical development across the next 7 to 10 days. The National Hurricane Center did drop, I think it was yesterday, they dropped that area of interest that had a low, like 10% area of interest in the Western Atlantic. They dropped that, so that's not there anymore. It doesn't look like there's much development chance for that. Little low pressure could have formed or may still form along kind of a degraded frontal boundary. Otherwise, yeah, it looks like clear sailing pretty literally for the next 7 to 10 days. All right. Hey, Jim, how's it going tonight? Yeah, Eastern Wisconsin, you're in a little bit of a break right now, but we do have to watch storms later tonight. And that's the big thing I wanted to get into next here is looking at the HRRR model. Our latest HRRR model run just came in about 20 minutes ago. So this shows what we have ongoing right now. Actually, the model I think kind of overdoes it slightly. So we'll see what develops. But the next hour to 2 hours, we should get storm development in these areas. And there is an all hazards severe risk in individual cells, but also some of these multi-cell clusters. The model also likes getting storms back into central parts of Nebraska, so we'll have to watch that. You can see that development down into Kansas and the high plains as well the next couple hours. And then those storms will slowly continue to work towards the east. We may get a couple different clusters of storms working into these areas. So Wisconsin, depending on where you are in Wisconsin, if you're down towards Kenosha, south of Milwaukee, less of a severe risk. If you're up north of Milwaukee into central Wisconsin, eastern Wisconsin, like Green Bay, Manitowoc, all those areas, a little better chance of storms. That would be basically in the next couple hours through actually quite a bit of the evening and overnight hours. May get a couple different rounds of storms, so not quite a one and done. But yeah, we do have an all hazard severe threat across Wisconsin, especially central and northern Wisconsin, and then also southern Minnesota, northern portions of Iowa.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
I'm expecting things to get rocking and rolling pretty quickly here in the next little bit. We may get some pretty rapid developments as these storms start to break through the cap. There's your risk area highlighted there in the orange. Level 3 out of 5 severe risk by the Storm Prediction Center. And it is an all hazards threat. Looking a little closer here. Potential for tornadoes does include eastern Wisconsin, especially around Green Bay, down through Oshkosh, West Bend, Madison, also in that threat for a couple strong tornadoes all the way back down towards Dubuque. Most all of Wisconsin does have a tornado threat, at least a low tornado threat through the overnight hours. And then, yeah, wind, buckle down for some strong winds, potentially some gusts above hurricane force. We may see some considerable to destructive severe thunderstorm warnings in that 75 to 85 plus mile an hour range. And yeah, if you do have some time, hail is a major threat across portions of southern Minnesota, northern Iowa, back into western Wisconsin. As the clusters move towards the east, we should see a diminished hail threat. And I do see some flood warnings, some flood watches up in portions of Wisconsin. So just checking the Weather Prediction Center does have a level 2 out of 4 slight risk across these areas for excessive rainfall. So flash flooding is also going to be a factor tonight with those rounds of storms. All right, first let's go into areas into the northeast, since it's our most active area at the moment. We have actually kind of two clusters of storms. They've broken up. That first cluster, a cluster of severe storms down across the I-90 corridor, now south of Utica, west of Albany. That is drifting towards the south and east. We've also had a cluster of storms work into Vermont with severe warnings. These are now outside of that severe weather watch, so we should expect these to diminish as we go into the evening hours. But some stronger storms around Sutton, Leiden, or Linden, Montpelier, and then down towards Norwich and Woodstock in Vermont. 60-mile-an-hour winds, some quarter-size hail is a possibility there. And watching this area kind of bulging out near Linden, that would be an area that we have to watch for a little bit stronger winds. Yeah, with the terrain, we're not getting a great look, a low-level look at those, but continue to watch those if you're over towards areas in northern Vermont, and that may push into northern New Hampshire as well. Our second batch of storms has also crossed the St. Lawrence Seaway, now into areas like Watertown, up towards Canton and Potsdam. Severe thunderstorm warnings with a tornado possible tag in a couple of those locations. We're also seeing now 70-mile-an-hour considerable threat winds in those storms, all the way down, being warned for areas around Oswego, Hastings, and north of Syracuse. A storm cluster has kind of worked across the areas along the lakeshore, came through the Rochester area earlier. That storm is severe warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not really much hail in that storm. And then this batch here, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, is the primary threat, and maybe some small hail. Let's see, I did have a camera in this location just a few minutes ago. We'll see if it loads. This camera above me out of Wisconsin has been an amazing camera to watch through the late afternoon into the evening as we're getting the stream set up and everything. It's at Lake Wisconsin, and it's at the ferry. Earlier, it was really crowded. There was actually a ton of cars around that 6 o'clock kind of time frame. So I guess the evening commute there, there were tons of cars lined up for the ferry. I do see there's one, looks like right there. And seen some boats go by on the lake. So it's a pretty nice view. Right now, things are pretty calm across portions of Wisconsin, but we will keep an eye on those areas. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in portions of southern Minnesota, so we'll go to that in just a minute. But I do want to take a look at mostly diminishing severe storms across the south. There is a new storm that's gone up, likely on a rain-cooled boundary around Gadsden in east central portions of Alabama. 60-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail in there near Glencoe, just north of Glencoe. That's working off to the northeast. And then storms are already through the Birmingham area, or especially south of Birmingham. They are weakening across central Alabama. We have a cluster of storms across the I-55 corridor. That has now gone below severe limits. There were a couple isolated severe warnings there.
Flash flood warning
but Senatobia down to Greenwood, Mississippi, pretty nasty line of storms there. And then working into Louisiana near Bastrop. Gusty winds there, 60-mile-an-hour gusty winds. Maybe some pockets of small hail with a couple storms today. And then around Lake Village, southeast portions of Arkansas, we have those storms working out of the Rolling Fork area. I-55 is slowly starting to clear out, but let's see, where are those? There was a look earlier at storms around the Brookhaven area, around Macomb. Yeah, things are starting to clear out a little bit there in southern Mississippi. But we'll keep an eye. There are severe thunderstorm watches that go till 10 p.m. Central Time and 8 p.m. Central Time. So the first watch area in Alabama is about to expire. The watch goes a little longer in Mississippi and portions of northeast Louisiana. And I forgot to mention there is a watch until 10 p.m. Central, 9 or 10 Central, 11 Eastern across northern portions of upstate New York and western portions of Vermont. This is new. 11 p.m. Central, there is a severe thunderstorm watch across western Kansas, the Oklahoma Panhandle, and the northern Texas Panhandle. We have also the severe thunderstorm watch until 1 a.m. across portions of southern Minnesota, western Wisconsin, northern Iowa. And we are just getting, it looks like, a new severe thunderstorm watch. So let me grab the details on that one. Slowly, besides those storms in upstate New York, we'll kind of transition to between New York and the Midwest here as storms get going. Expected to break the cap here and escalate pretty quickly in the next hour or two. A couple of tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail up to 2 inches. Lime-sized hail is possible. And scattered wind gusts up to 75 is possible. That's the newest watch that covers portions of northeastern Nebraska, northwestern Iowa, extreme southeastern portions of South Dakota, and southwest Minnesota. The Worthington area through Sibley, Spencer, Lamar's, Sioux City, and then into Nebraska, West Point, back towards Grand Isle, Lexington, and Holdridge. That goes until 2 a.m., so a late night threat there. And very similar watch to the areas there in southern Minnesota, northern Iowa, western Wisconsin. A couple of tornadoes possible. Scattered hail up to lime size, and scattered wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour likely. Let's take a look at this storm. It's a storm that's gone up very quickly here in the last little bit. And let's pull off the rotation tracks, get on our next rad, and see what we have here. We do have now a tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning on this storm already. Yeah, already seeing rotation start to intensify with this storm. Actually, it kind of went up rotating, it looks like. So that's a dangerous storm. Wow, just in the last half hour or so, that one has gone up very quickly. A couple different cells actually now in there. Thought maybe the one was a left split, but it's not really a left split. It's just kind of a new developing cell around Grand Meadow in southern portions of Minnesota. Any of these couple cells in here could have some small hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that tornado possible tag. Yeah, rotation went up pretty quickly. It's actually backed off just a touch, but we'll keep an eye on those. They're generally headed into southern Minnesota, heads up around the La Crosse area in a little while. And I was watching cameras in Minnesota earlier. We were watching a couple storms as I was getting the stream set up and kind of stayed in standby mode around dinner time, just because storms didn't really go too crazy there. It looked like storms were going up and then having a really struggle at breaking the cap. And so it's going to be a little bit of a later cap break, it looks like. Most of the cameras in that area actually are facing away from those storms, so that's always a struggle. But that's looking out south of Rochester at I-90 around Stewartville, looking towards those storms. So we'll keep an eye on those storms as they build towards the Stewartville area. Worst of it may stay south of you guys, but especially over towards Saratoga, Chatfield, Preston, in southeast portions of Minnesota. That's a cluster to keep your eye on. And yeah, already seeing some rotation in those storms. Some broad rotation in the newest storm as well, south of Grand Meadow. And then still seeing a little broad rotation just to the west of Stacyville. They've trimmed that one up a little bit. A couple of new storms going up around Mason City and then back to areas around Renwick in north central portions of Iowa. So we'll keep an eye on those storms. And then a new storm also going up near Amboy in southern Minnesota. That one looks a little healthier. Also around Vernon Center. That may work its way up towards Janesville and Owatonna. Also have new storms. I think they're new storms. Yeah. Well, they're not really new, but they've been kind of holding on. They look a little more organized around Eau Claire, just now through Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Keep an eye on those storms too. May have a couple batches of small hail in there. Generally headed towards Abbotsford, Wausau, Wisconsin, Cronenwetter, Wittenberg. Keep an eye on those storms. That would be along the Wisconsin 29 corridor, especially from Wausau over to the areas east of Eau Claire. That's a storm to keep your eye on, as it is a little more organized. Take a look at these storms. They are tornado possible tag. It didn't look that impressive, at least as they came across the Ontario border. Yeah, they are weakening storms, so not seeing as big of a tornado risk there right now as we saw maybe a little while ago. And like in here, as it was coming into the US there across the Canadian border, there's a little bit of a hook feature there, a little QLCS spin, but that seems to have diminished, at least for the moment. I want to check these storms down near Watertown. Yeah, not seeing much in there. Little bit of spin near Pitcairn, but we'll keep an eye on those. Mostly gusty winds at the moment, from Canton down to Fowler and down through Watertown. They have 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable threat all the way down to areas around Fulton and just north of the Syracuse area. Those storms don't seem to be as feisty, but we'll see if we get any storm reports out of those areas that would confirm that. I don't think we're going to. Yeah, the Rochester area earlier gusted about 43 miles an hour. Not all Weather Service offices warn quite the same. Okay, they have backed that considerable threat down. Still a tornado possible, but they have backed down the 60-mile-an-hour winds there. I doubt if that cluster was out in portions of Nebraska, if it would be warned considerable threat. I don't think it would, but we'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, you can see that storm going up a little faster now south of this camera in Minnesota. Starting to see the rain shaft kind of building there. Clouds are definitely getting darker. So those storm clusters in southern Minnesota are areas to watch there. Here's a good look at those storms in upstate New York. That's looking to the that's looking to the northwest from the Syracuse area, just north of Syracuse on I-81. So yeah, it's looking towards these storms coming through Palermo and approaching Hastings. It's already getting a little darker there. But yeah, these are going to work their way into the Syracuse metro in the next little bit, especially the stronger storms. Looks like north sides of Syracuse. Keep an eye on those storms. But they seem to be weakening as well. Kind of pulsing. There's some areas that are weaker than earlier, and there's some that are a little bit stronger. I'm not seeing much of a tornado risk in there. Most of this complex of storms is now outflow driven. A little bit of an MCV kind of on that northern fringe, has a little spin in it, but it's not really a tornadic spin around Lisbon and Canton. They have extended those warnings into portions of northern Vermont, from Linden over towards Bretton Woods. So if you're in those areas, make sure you're in a sturdy structure, away from windows. And then a random severe storm approaching Scranton, Pennsylvania. That's near Lake Winola and Ransom, Pennsylvania. That will be coming out of the mountains into the valley there around Scranton. So one isolated severe warning there. I don't see anything right now at in our new watch area. There is a little blip with a couple lightning strikes just outside of Beaver City near Oxford in southern Nebraska. So that may be the start of a couple of these storms in Nebraska. We'll keep an eye on that one as it lifts up towards Holdridge. Hello, Holy Donut. Welcome, welcome. And yeah, seeing these storms into the high plains, there's been a couple severe warnings there around Cheyenne Wells and Syracuse, not the Syracuse, New York. That's in Syracuse, western Kansas. There's also severe warnings in Amarillo on the I-40 corridor, Panhandle, White Deer, Groom, 60-mile winds, quarter-size hail. This one looks a little interesting on reflectivity. Let's see what it looks like in velocity. Not seeing really much in there, but maybe some small hail. In the evening, the dry line pushes back towards the west. It looks like that's occurring right now. We may get some more storms out of this. The dry line pushes back towards the west. It pushes eastward through the day, and then it pushes west into the evening. But there's also former convection here. So there's outflow boundaries. We may get kind of the same thing we got the last couple nights where the westward progressing outflow or dry line moves back to the west. Outflow boundaries that are bursting out from some of these storms, they push out and everything gets squeezed up together, potentially back across some of those same areas, Amarillo and points along that I-27 corridor. Keep an eye on some further storm development kind of in this region here between the outflow boundary and the dry line. But yeah, this severe thunderstorm watch right now is decently quiet other than a couple of those cells along the I-40 corridor. And starting to see them trim back the watches in the south. They're trimming off all of northeastern Mississippi since this is all rain-cooled air. Just basically stratiform rain behind those storms. Any severe warnings across Mississippi would basically be along the Mississippi Delta.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, and that's going to be a problem as these storms aren't very fast movers. They're just kind of hanging around and building and back building across each other. So flash flood warning there around Clarendon. How much rain have we seen? About 2 inches of rainfall. So that's a lot of rain in a semi-arid environment out in the Texas Panhandle. Would suspect we might see more of those flash flood warnings. An isolated severe storm up by Rapid City with some large hail. But yeah, seeing these storms continue to uptrend across areas in southern Minnesota, Stewartville, down through Grand Meadow, Spring Valley, Leroy, and McIntyre. This one still does have the 60-mile-an-hour winds tornado possible tag on it. May have come down just a little bit in intensity, so that's interesting. Yeah, it went up rotating and actually had a more pronounced rotation when it was not even warned right now. A few minutes ago, around 7:30. But we'll keep an eye on those. There's new storms going up around Mason City, Dowles, and in those areas. We do have cameras out there. Where are my cameras from Mason City? It's a cool look with the setting sun and the storms rolling in there into upstate New York. Now kind of into north central portions of New York as well. Let's check this Mason City storm. There's a look out of Mason City. This is at Thirst Avenue and Highway 18. So right there, just south of Mason City, looking to the west. So the main core of that storm is off to the north. There's also another storm that is back near Norris Springs. Then watching new storms going up out to the west as well, Clemmy and Goodell. We'll keep an eye on those storms. Also down along I-35, Hampton, Geneva, Iowa Falls. Right now, most of the action tonight should be in northern Iowa, north of I-80. We've had a lot of other severe weather coverage in other live streams that have focused on I-80 south. Now that we're into the summer months, some of that severe risk shifts to the north. So we're looking mostly tonight from I-80 north. But it may get a little close to the Omaha area, especially later tonight. And then keep an eye like Sioux City, Mason City. You may get those rounds of storms. see, do we have any questions here? Holy donut? Yes. Let's see. Let me get you the best way for especially fast for live streaming would be on X. This should pull up the X stream or the X link. Yeah, that first link is good for especially sharing any storm pictures. Make sure though, if you share storm pictures, you do it safely. We're not encouraging anyone to stand outside and watch the tornado. That's always the Midwest stereotype though, is standing outside and watching the tornado. But yeah, I don't condone that. But if you do have storm pictures and you want to share those safely, we can see those on X. Oh, and Holy Donut, thank you. I just saw you just subscribed on X. Welcome, welcome. Cool. X is a good spot. For even storm chasers that we can't show here, we have some storm chasers we can show their pictures and footage. But for a lot of the other storm chasers that we don't have their licensing agreements with, we can share those on X too. So go to X and follow us. I know it's maybe lost some popularity the last couple of years. It's still a pretty good social media for kind of instant updates and live action events and stuff. So yeah, as storm stuff comes in, we'll post that. I posted a picture earlier of some trees down in northern Alabama earlier from damaging winds by a storm chaser out there in northern Alabama. Looks like Limestone County. So yeah, as we get more pictures and videos and things, we'll post those to X, even if we can't share them. Unfortunately, I can share this on X. I saw this post a little bit ago. Colorado Springs Fire Department fireworks are canceled. So unfortunately for the holiday weekend coming up, please follow out west. There are a ton of red flag warnings. There's multiple more days of fire weather, critical at least fire weather. Please follow these local ordinances, even if you have a stockpile of fireworks that you've been building up. Just save it for another holiday. So unfortunately, yeah, fireworks are canceled for Colorado Springs. But yeah, I have X ready to go. So as we get storm pictures, we'll take those. Yeah, it is brutally dry. I wouldn't be surprised. I think that's probably just a sample. There's likely more localities out there, Colorado, Utah, that are probably looking to cancel fireworks within the next day or so. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile winds, quarter-size hail, southern portions of the Rochester area, Marion to St. Charles, Minnesota. Some of those communities we just mentioned earlier, Chatfield, Saratoga, Fremont, Lewiston, and Elba. They have dropped the tornado possible tag, and yeah, I don't see as much rotation on those cells right now. So actually that first cell that went severe warned in this area has weakened some. Yeah, I saw some questions. ST Nguyen there for the tropical storm Douglas. You must not have been on quick. We talked about it just a little bit ago, just as I was getting the stream set up. But Douglas, not a threat to anyone. It's forecasted to continue to be a tropical storm for next day or so, and then weaken. It's continuing to move towards the north. You can see it's a very lopsided tropical storm. And let's look at satellite data while we're out here. We do have some new satellites. That's actually really helpful. Not for this tropical storm, but we have new satellites. I believe they added them with the latest update. They have we have Japanese satellites. So as things get rolling in tropical season out in the Eastern Pacific, we have more satellite coverage there. Thanks to Aguacero Weather, they keep adding updates, so that's nice. Um, there it is. There's a look at it. Yeah, it's flared up a little bit. This is an infrared look. Um, but yeah, it's just kind of doing its thing out there. Very lopsided storm. You can see it sheared all off to the right of the center. And actually, I just thought about it. We can probably get it. Um, I thought we had it, but I guess we don't. These are fires, I think. That's unfortunate. Let's look at this real quick. Um, while we have satellite pulled up. Yeah, we got some new suite of satellite stuff, but maybe hard to see on your screen, maybe not. But these are fires out west. You can see this is fire data. Yeah, these hot spots are all large fires. Looks like there's some west of Pueblo too. So yeah, those are just some of the large fires out west. And unfortunately, yeah, that you can see that on satellite taking the temperature, and then we can also see it just visually. You can see how that lines up. Those large fires line up with the smoke that we're seeing from satellite. So that is unfortunate, and that's why it's pretty hazy actually out in the Midwest right now. There is a decent amount of fire smoke that has spread also into the Midwest, and it's creating some very beautiful sunsets. But unfortunately, it's because the Four Corners region is on fire with some major fires you can see on the satellite. So yeah, that's unfortunate. All right, I'll have to play around with those satellites at another time. But all right, what do we have here? Latest model data. Okay, I was gonna see what models had, but we do have a new tornado warning actually, and it is an observed tornado in this cluster of storms near Sioux City, or now east of Sioux City. But that is a new cell that has gone up very quickly. Similar to the other cells, it's gone up sheared, so it looks like it has already had a little hook on it near Smithland. Interesting. Yeah, it looked actually a little better just a couple minutes ago, but near Smithland, some rotation in there. Then it's pushed off towards the north. And seeing it on correlation coefficient as well. Looks like it's in here near Highway 31. Anthon, Correctionville, Cushing. You guys are in the path of that storm. New tornado warning there. That is a little bit random, but we expected some tornadoes as these storms upscaled. Don't know if we have cameras on that part of the state, but we'll take a look real quick and see. Near Anton.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
No, nothing that really looks at that storm. That's a little unfortunate, but fairly lower populated area out there. Hmm. So yeah, observed tornado, emergency management confirmed tornado, and that is for eastern Woodbury and northwestern Ida counties, west central
A
Iowa,
new flash flood warning has been issued.
Anthon around 8:10. That's about 2 minutes. Correctionville 8:15, and Cushing 8:20. That is working off to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour. So yeah, dangerous storm there.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Okay, I was looking. I don't see a picture of it. It must not be a spotter or like a storm chaser. I don't see any videos of it yet. But anyway, but yeah, tornado looks like did touch down briefly here around Smithland and continuing to work towards the north between Smithton and Anton. It's kind of in a weird spot, but yeah, we did get a little bit of a CC drop on it along Highway 31 just a couple minutes ago. There it is, right in there. So kind of a weird spot on the northwest hook of this storm. And yeah, that's an interesting storm. Anton, it's basically going to be right about now. And then moving up Highway 31, Correctionville, Cushing, you guys are in that warning polygon. Yeah, that's an interesting storm. Some of these other storms have they're in a sheared environment, so we'll keep an eye on these. This also has a little bit of hail in it to the north of Anton. Yeah, it might be, that's what I'm thinking. It might be more of like a land spouty thing. How far? Yeah, we are up a ways from the radar. There is a bit of a radar hole there too, so it's not great low level look. Getting radar data out of the Omaha area, so it's not the best radar look, but yeah. There is apparently a tornado in there, and it looks like, yeah, we can see it also from just a few minutes ago developing around Smithland. There it is on the spectrum width as well. Looks like it may have scraped across the Otto area and continuing to work towards the north. You can see these bands in here. That's because we are on basically the edge of useful radar data range. So unfortunately, it's in a bit of a radar hole too.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But yeah, continue to take tornado safety precautions there. Ida and Woodbury in Iowa, western Iowa. Now I'm intrigued to check a couple of these other cells just to make sure everybody's behaving. A little bit of shear showing up in this area near Racine. We'll keep an eye on that little area. The one good news is some of these storms look like they're starting to cluster together fairly quickly. That may reduce the tornado risk individually, but we may start to see a cluster of damaging winds push into eastern portions of Minnesota. Have to watch these storms out here into north central Iowa, around the Hampton area. Those storms are going up a little more discreet, so we'll keep an eye on those storms. Latimer, Hampton, Geneva, and then these cluster storms, Gardner, Clem, and Goodell. Nothing tornadic there yet, but just storms to keep an eye on, as well as those storms to the south of Mankato in Minnesota. Let's check these ones out too. Not much in there yet, but we'll keep an eye on those storms south of Mankato down towards Mapleton, Minnesota. And still watching for storm development into portions of Nebraska. We have to watch this area. We may get some discrete cells also back into these areas. They could have a tornado or two as things kind of spin up. A couple other storms, severe warning there into western Kansas, and as well as those areas around Amarillo and east of Amarillo. Severe thunderstorms there, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, also flash flooding. It's going to continue to be a threat around the Amarillo area, the Texas Panhandle, and the I-40 corridor. It's like severe weather should be done for the day across Alabama. It's mostly done across Mississippi as well. The few remaining storms that are severe warning in Mississippi are approaching the Mississippi River around Greenville, pushing into extreme southeast portions of Arkansas. Yeah, those are coming up from the southeast to the northwest. Interesting storm motions there. Still seeing 60 and quarters around the Bastrop area. Those are surging out. And then storms have continued to show pretty vigorous storms across the northern portions of New England. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Potentially in a couple of those spots, Groveton, Lancaster, Littleton, Lisbon, Haverhill, Chelsea, basically on the Vermont and New Hampshire border. And that second batch of storms, also considerable threat. They brought that back to considerable threat. I don't know if there's been any considerable threat winds in this cluster of storms that's being warned as considerable threat. We're not even seeing a lot of damage reports. There is some trees down there earlier around Fowler. It was stronger back then. 41-mile-an-hour wind in the St. Lawrence Seaway. Yeah, I've only seen like 40-mile-an-hour wind reports. 43 at Rochester. So I'm a little skeptical there's 70-mile-an-hour winds in there, but yeah, those storms continue to push towards Tupper Lake, Long Lake, Old Forge, Harrietstown, and Saranac Lake. They're through the 81 corridor around Watertown. And yeah, back down here, only warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds. A couple clusters around Williamstown and then east of Watertown. Also pushing through Syracuse right now. Another set of storms. This one has had some wind damage, also some flash flooding with it. But 60-mile-an-hour winds, Milford, Maryland, Otago, over towards Harper's Field in central portions of New York. Looks like the worst of those storms are moving away from the Albany area. Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of wind damage with those storms. I'm still kind of skeptical they're a considerable threat, but continue to stay in a sturdy structure there. And we'll get through those storms the next couple minutes. Traverse City, tornado possible tag in northern Michigan. This is part of our area that's under the enhanced risk this evening. Yeah, there's been a little spin there at times too. They've actually, looks like, dropped that severe warning around Traverse City and pushed it towards the east. Whitewater Township and Acme, Michigan. Severe thunderstorm warning there. Top back to our observed tag. It still is labeled observed. Another 27 minutes. Confirmed tornado located near Anton, 16 miles west of Ida Grove, moving northeast at 30. Emergency management confirmed that tornado at 8:02. Tornado was reported 1 mile northeast of Smithland. So they've updated the warning time frame, but they didn't really update the warning itself, which is a little annoying. But yeah, there is or was your tornado. Winds going towards the radar and away from the radar right in here. Basically at 31. That's where we had a little bit of a debris signature as well, it looked like. Spectrum width showed it decently good. And yeah, storm relative showing okay. Continued to move towards the north, basically paralleling 31. That's Iowa Highway 31. But has since kind of broadened out. We're not seeing those tight couplets anymore. This is getting further and further from our closest radar, so that's a little bit of an issue, but I'm a little skeptical that's on the ground at the moment. Either way, and Anthon continues to stay in your tornado safe space up towards Correctionsville and Cushing. It's going to just kind of continue paralleling 31. It's on the kind of the backside of this storm. Weird little shrimp of a storm, and actually a few of these are all kind of the same types of storms, but it's going to continue lifting up towards Correctionville if there is a tornado or if it redevelops. Oh, cool. Oh, geez. Yeah, that's a big tree, it looks like, too. Alabama. Boaz, Alabama. Thank you, Holy Donut. Let's take Holy Donut's comment there, but yeah, there's the tree down. It's a big tree. Wow. These first responders on the scene there. Wow. Thank you. Storm reports like that help. Interesting cell. Still observed. Technically there, the observed tag continues. Do I have a camera at Correctionville? I do not. Mm. Our closest camera to that tornado warning storm is one of the weird quad cam setups that Iowa DOT has. So it's kind of hard to see where that storm motion or any details, but the darker corners of that camera are looking towards that storm from like 4 different angles. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Go back to our lake shot. This is Lake Wisconsin at the Merrimack South Shore Ferry. That shot just screams Memorial Day, or not Memorial Day, but 4th of July. You got the lake there, sparkling in the setting sun. Yeah, just looks very pleasant. But that area does have a severe threat into the evening. So you get through the dinner time. You may get those campfires started along the lake. But later tonight, around that area in central Wisconsin, we do have to watch for severe storms. I'm doubtful this is still on the ground. That cell has weakened. It was the middle cell of these 3 or 4 in the cluster. We'll have to watch those other cells, though. They're in a similar environment. They are in a sheared environment. We'll keep an eye on those for any new tornadic development. I don't think that tornado is on the ground at the moment. And yeah, already seeing a little bit more of a clustering of these storms into eastern portions of Minnesota. Around Marion, Iota, Viola, Plainfield, and Elba continue to stay in a sturdy structure there. Decent amount of lightning with those storms. And yeah, seeing an uptrend of storm development across western portions of Wisconsin. Just in the last few minutes, you can see, really in the last like half hour, quite a bit more storms going up around Toma, Black River Falls, Sparta, Wisconsin, Whitehall. And then no severe warnings yet, but watching that cluster around Sheffield and Hampton in Iowa, as well as this cluster around Mankato in Minnesota. There's a little bit of a shelf cloud kind of look with that storm. Yeah, that's looking just south of Mankato, looking at this complex of the storms around Skyline. That might even have a little bit of hail in it too already. So just south of Mankato, this area here along Minnesota Highway 22, a little bit of a hail core coming up in there. Yeah, that's borderline a severe storm, I think, already. And I believe it's lifting towards this camera, so that'll be interesting to watch in the next few minutes. Yeah, that's about to roll into downtown Mankato here in the next couple minutes. Borderline severe storm with another strong cell down near Pemberton. Yeah, the storm has weakened a little bit here. And our Mankato storm just got a new severe warning. Mankato, Eagle Lake, Madison Lake, up towards Lee Center or Le Center. Severe thunderstorm there with winds and some small hail. So they're warning mostly the hail right now there around Mankato and Eagle Lake. Let's see. This one is a little bit, yeah, this storm here has continued to, we've been kind of watching these storms. The strongest ones have lifted off towards Rochester, but these storms here still kind of organizing. Yeah, they went up a little while ago. New storms have developed on their rear flank. So starting to get more clustering in here. That hopefully will keep that isolated tornado risk down. But some strong storms, Mitchell, Osage, up through Riceville, Lime Springs, and then crossing into southern Minnesota. If this continues to cluster together, we'll have to watch for a wind risk as it lifts off to the north-northeast. But right now, not severe. There may be a couple pockets of some small hail in there. Yeah, especially around the Chester area. I think that's right at the state line. Right in there, another little hail core starting to go up just north of Riceville. And the area near Riceville has a little bit of a spin on it too. So we'll keep an eye on the rear flank of that storm, just near Iowa Highway 9. It's a neat look, a little bit of a shelf cloud kind of look. Don't think it's a fully fledged shelf cloud, but it's definitely some rain-cooled air on that leading edge. So a similar effect. Not much wind showing in that storm, and it's not being warned for the wind. Okay, for reference, that ferry camera, that's been a really cool shot the last couple a couple hours for me, but that is at Lake Wisconsin here at Merrimack. So that ferry runs, looks like right in here. So for reference, that's in central Wisconsin, not in any of our watches yet. It's basically north of Madison, south of Baraboo, Wisconsin. And no storms are around that area right now, but we'll keep an eye on that for later today. Storms going up there around Black River Falls and Sparta. Seeing a little more concentrated cluster of storms right in here. If those continue to cluster together, that'll reduce the tornado risk some. New radar scan. So let's take a look at these tornado warned storms, still tornado warned. Boy, it's observed another 15 minutes. One of those situations where I doubt it's still on the ground. Yeah, seeing a much better signature when it was on the ground earlier near Otto. Looks like it weakened as it was maybe just southwest of Anthon. I don't think it's on the ground anymore. Is some new circulation that is starting to show up east of Anthon. That would be in this new cell that's gone up. So, yeah, the cell that actually had that tornado has actually weakened. This is a new cell that's gone up south of there, and a new cell that's gone up north of there. So they should drop the warning. It's a little annoying when the Weather Service offices aren't as proactive to drop warnings when they're clearly not tornadic anymore. Cars are lining up. There must be another ferry coming soon. Seeing those storms push into the Mankato area. And then watching around Syracuse. This is north side of Syracuse along I-90, kind of near the airport. So we are looking, I think, to the northwest, watching for some lightning in those areas. I think those storms are pushing through the Syracuse area now. We'll quickly go check those since we don't have a ton going on at the moment. Still being warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable threats. I doubt they're considerable threat storms anymore, but yeah, if there's any considerable threat wind, it's going to be on the leading edge of this part of the line segment, just through the Tupper Lake area, approaching Lake Placid, Saranac Lake, Harrietstown, Keene, and just north of Long Lake and Newcomb. But doubtful that that area has much wind in it. Only reports I've seen are in the 40s across any of these areas, 41 as it came across the St. Lawrence Seaway. There's a couple tree down reports, but this is a very wooded area with a ton of different rounds of storms. It's not going to take considerable threat winds to knock down trees. They had storms last night we were covering in this area that were severe warned. They've had rounds of storms the last couple days. And yeah, those storms are fading as they get through the Syracuse area, Camden, Vienna. They're going to get into kind of the rain-cooled wake of the storms that are pushing through Albany at the moment. Non-severe storms just below severe limits about to push into Albany around Schenectady, Glenville, DeLanson, and then still a severe warning back towards Davenport and Meredith in northern New York, and also a couple strong cells in northern Pennsylvania today. But the 56-mile-an-hour wind in Kent County, New York, seems to be right now the highest wind that I've seen out of that complex of storms. Most of that came ashore in the 40s across Lake Ontario. starting to see a lot of storms firing in our watch area. Not as many are severe at the moment. They've dropped the severe warning around Rochester, St. Charles, Minnesota, up towards Fountain City. We'll keep an eye on that storm. Right now, our only severe warned storm in Minnesota is the storm around Mankato. And the strongest part of that is just to the east of Mankato around Eagle Lake. The hail core may have come down just a touch. And both of those cells are not very windy. They're actually only warning it for 50-mile-an-hour winds, but still being warned for the larger hail. What do we have here still? We still have these sheared cells. I mean, they're still capable of producing brief tornadoes. And like what was sent in the chat, it could have been more of a land spout or a hybrid tornado, just based on the look of these cells. The one is pushing about 50,000 feet, but yeah, small hail possible with both of those. A little bit of rotation in that near Washta. So we'll keep an eye on both of these. They're in a similar environment, favorable, it looks like, for maybe a quick spin-up tornado. There's also a couple of new cells that have gone up near Holdridge and Loop City in south central Nebraska. We'll keep a close eye on those because the models do take some pretty big storms up into portions of central Nebraska in the next couple hours. Otherwise, a couple strong storms into eastern portions of Colorado. Those are going to push into the western areas of Kansas. And we've lost most of our severe warnings across the panhandle of Texas. There still are some storms, still potentially some localized flash flooding. So new warning there into north central New York, Rome, Trenton, Utica, Paris, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That storm continues to weaken as it works towards the east along the I-90 corridor. But Rome, you're going to get another batch of nasty storms after the previous storms work through as severe storms. Those are now pushing through Clifton Park, Round Lake, just north of Albany, down through Davenport. And then, some isolated storms even into northern Pennsylvania. Other storms are making it through the northern portions of New England. Severe warning storms, Lincoln, Bretton Woods, Bartlett into New Hampshire. 60-mile-an-hour winds, pretty much up in there. Especially in those higher terrains, you may get some strong winds in that area around Bretton Woods. We'll see this maybe make its way even into portions of southern Maine, so we'll keep an eye on that cluster of storms. That is part of the cluster of storms that we were following last night that tracked all the way from northern Colorado last night. So that whole kind of complex has driven all the way across the northern portions of that ridge. And yeah, that's pretty much kind of a textbook thing for the ridge riding complexes of storms. There is the ferry. I haven't seen it in a little while, but there's the ferry loading up some cars. And this was a cool shot earlier when it was sunnier outside, but it just looked really, really kind of pristine with the sun and the ferry, and people were walking around and just kind of enjoying lake life. We'll see what that camera looks like later today with the severe weather possibility. Yeah, latest HRRR data still showing that rapid intensification there across Nebraska, really going from no storms in the 7 o'clock hour, according to this model, to a pretty good batch of storms in central Nebraska within the next hour or so. And that's going to continue working towards the Sioux City area later tonight. This model even hints at more storm development back across central Nebraska, so definitely an area to watch. And yeah, the model is favoriting that cluster of storms into eastern, northeastern portions of Iowa and southern Minnesota right now, even though it's not behaving too badly at the moment. But yeah, we can see that batch of storms work off through central Wisconsin later tonight. So we may have a couple different clusters of storms with also still some isolated cells in here, some multi-cell clusters. We may get kind of 2 or 3 more organized clusters of storms. There's a look at the Mankato area. Rain coming down. I haven't seen any hail in that camera, but definitely a storm to pay attention to. Okay, they have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for the cell that's coming out of our tornado warned area. So I think that's the National Weather Service thinking the same thing. That cell likely not tornadic. It's being warned for half-dollar size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, Cherokee down to Quimby, and then up towards Aurelia, uh, Alta, just west of Storm Lake. We'll see if this camera loads, but there is a camera at Storm Lake and Highway 7. Yeah, I believe it's just west of Storm Lake. Looking at this area near Alta, between Alta and Storm Lake. So getting at least, even if it doesn't load the video, it is a sense of the storms in that area. I would like to take a look at that storm, though. And then, yes, they have dropped that tornado warning around Correctionville. This storm is not tornadic at the moment. They're rotating the camera around. This is looking at that storm in Mankato. This looks towards the hail core now. So you can see that darker edge there. That's the darker edge of the core of the storm. So back in here, if there is a hail core, it's going to be back in there just on the east sides of Mankato. But yeah, I appreciate that they turned that camera a little bit. May have turned it back around. Just as they turn that. Yeah, that storm doesn't look as haily as the other little bit ago. It's kind of elongated a little bit. Let's take a look and make sure shear is behaving itself. Nothing yet. We'll have to watch if we'll have to watch this little southern flank if that tries to develop anything as far as an inflow notch. But right now, it's just kind of a general thunderstorm. There's no little notch kind of on the area there around St. Clair. That one's more of a cell merger. Actually, both of those kind of little more of cell mergers, but we'll keep an eye on that storm as it lifts off to the north and east. Madison Lake, Waterville, Kilkenny, and then the other cell that was a little feisty earlier, not looking as strong. That one had a little bit of a hail core in it too, just to the west of Pemberton. Yeah, that one's not as strong right now either. But watching these storms, Eagle Lake up to Waterville. And then still some strong storms also in northern portions of the lower peninsula of Michigan, around Kalkaska. That storm was severe warned across the Traverse City area a few minutes ago. Still seeing those storms. They are outflow driven, especially since we're so close to that radar site in northern Michigan. We can see the outflow boundary really well pronounced out of the Kalkaska area. Yeah, you can see it surging out ahead of those storms. So strong storms, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Doesn't look like hail is a main threat across that area. And another strong storm also into northern Michigan around Grant Township, Green Lake Township, and just north of Cleva. Some of these communities are pretty small communities, so haven't heard of some of them. Here's a look out of the capital city of New York, Albany, New York. Not seeing as much lightning. There's a little bit on the horizon there, but as these storms work into the Albany area, we'll keep an eye on those strong storms just below severe limits. But lightning has come down in actually a lot of the cluster in New York right now. So while lightning is coming up in that area, actually, just as we talked about it, that storm is a severe warning storm now. Looks like, yeah, the heaviest part is going to go north of downtown Albany. But there's some more lightning. A little bit of a hail core also in there near Schenectady. But it is outflow driven. You can see that outflow boundary pushing through Troy, New York right now. Severe thunderstorm, maybe some small hail, 60-mile-an-hour gust. Pittstown, Half Moon, Troy, Latham, down through Sand Lake. Strongest part of that storm just north of Albany. And then just kind of general thunderstorms. And yeah, not seeing as much lightning in those. Some feisty storms still in northern New York around Malone, Constable, Bangor, Dickinson, and then the other area pushing into Saranac Lake and Lake Placid with the severe warnings there. Those are moving off into the Adirondacks, some pretty rugged terrain out there in northern New York. Here's another look out of the Mankato area, looking on US 14 and Minnesota Highway 22. That's looking to areas on the east side of Mankato, kind of more under that hail core. They're continuing that 70-mile-an-hour wind threat, but I'm still skeptical. We haven't had any 70-mile-an-hour wind reports. If there is any stronger wind, it's going to be in this bulge right in here. North Hudson, Crown Point, Middlebury, areas there in Vermont and upstate New York. And still seeing that severe warning still in west central Iowa, Aurelia, just to the west of Storm Lake. That camera's still having a struggle to load, but some small hail, pockets of gusty winds in there. That's going to lift towards Aurelia along State Highway 3. Our tornado warning storm around Correctionville and Anthon has now diminished, now well below severe limits. I'm interested to find out more about that tornado later. Hopefully we can get an idea of what that was. But yeah, I think it was maybe more of a hybrid tornado, maybe a land spout type of tornado. Although it did have a correlation coefficient drop with it, it looks like, based on some of the radar data that we saw. So I don't know. It was kind of a weird shaped storm, kind of a weird storm, but let's go back to that Riceville storm. It looks like some storm chasers and spotters have reported a wall cloud with that storm. It was an area that showed some rotation earlier on radar. Yeah, it's this area right in here near Riceville. So there's your area of rotation showing up decently there. Also on spectrum width, that shows us chaotic winds at different speeds and directions. And looking at storm relative, we start to see these winds in here going in the greens towards the radar site, and then in the reds pulling away from the radar site. So there is broad rotation showing in here. That storm is one of the more intriguing ones to keep our eye on here in the next few minutes, lifting generally up towards Lime Springs, Florenceville, maybe just north of Cresco, and then crossing the state line, Bristol to Harmony. Keep an eye on this area. May need a warning soon. At least it may get a severe thunderstorm tornado possible warning first, since the rotation is still somewhat broad. But yeah, we'll watch that and make sure it doesn't tighten up, especially as it crosses the areas around Lime Springs. A couple other cells in here, pretty nasty cells, just between Houston and the La Crosse area. That's lifting off towards La Crosse. Here's the new radar scan for that. Yeah, some pockets of gusty winds showing up just west of La Crosse. Some 40, 50 mile an hour gusts in that storm. And there may be a little bit of hail also trying to develop in there. Continuing that warning there south of Albany. Get back to the Midwest here. Yeah, a couple strong storms there. Blair Township, Kalkaska, just south of Gaylord in northern Michigan. Yeah, what does shear rate show? Let's see if shear rate has picked up on that area of rotation. It has kind of picked up there. A little more organized than it was earlier. Right in there, just north of Highway 9. That's Iowa Highway 9. Yeah, still showing it too. That's an area to watch. Lightning has significantly increased in this cluster of storms as well. Just scrolling it back, closer to the top of the hour, the last 45 minutes or so, a couple hundred lightning strikes. Now we're up over 600. So this is a cluster to watch. It continues to upscale, basically right along the Iowa and Minnesota state line. Leroy, Ostranger, Riceville, McIntyre, Lime Springs, York, Bristol, and Harmony. They have dropped the warning near the Mankato area. Yeah, looking at those storms working away from Mankato, but yeah, better shape around the Mankato area right now. There goes the ferry. Back across Lake Wisconsin. Starting to get dark, so this view might not be as interesting as it gets dark, but we're keeping an eye on a lot of western Wisconsin right now. But areas like Madison, Baraboo, Lake Wisconsin, over towards Fond du Lac, Sheboygan, may get in on the strong to severe storms later tonight. And then our one warning there in Iowa, that's around Storm Lake. Still seeing the storm with some hail in it near Aurelia. Yeah. 60 mile wind gusts and quarter size hail. We also did get a new warning across the Amarillo area, especially the east sides of Amarillo. And as I suspected earlier, we talked about this earlier in the stream. We had the westward progressing dry line. We had some boundaries from earlier storms basically working, and that's going to sandwich the air together. That's called convergence. When you have air masses coming together from two different directions, that convergence forces everything up. So with that, I was expecting more storm development, and we have seen that here as those two air masses clash together. Watch that line of storms kind of explode across the Amarillo area. So yeah, that's pretty much expected there. And yeah, they go up very quick and are now severe warned. Lake Tanglewood, Washburn, areas just to Amarillo downtown and points east. That includes the airport there at Amarillo. And some stronger storms also now up towards Fritch, Texas. Those are generally working towards Panhandle, White Deer, Borger, Texas, some of those areas in the Texas Panhandle. And there is a severe thunderstorm watch down there. Doesn't really go into most of western Oklahoma. Does include areas around Guymon, Beaver, and Hooker, Tyrone, Goodwell, a couple of those counties in the Oklahoma Panhandle. Yeah, thanks, Highland. Yeah, thanks for everyone joining us here. If you're new, like and subscribe. It's a great way to support the channel for free. Doesn't cost you anything. But liking and subscribing helps get our content out to more people that need it. Some of the weather coverage is life-saving information, especially when we have tornado warnings and considerable threats, severe thunderstorm warnings, things like that. So it's a great way to support the channel. Send the message to the algorithm to send this out to more people. And yeah, the growth has been pretty awesome lately. We've been putting in a lot of hours, but yeah, the growth is pretty awesome. We have a great chat, so don't be afraid to join chat and ask any questions you have and comment and things. So, hello, Amy. Welcome, welcome. Amy's been on our last couple live stream chats every now and then, so thanks for joining us. Yeah, I did hear that there is a typhoon, I think, expected in the Pacific. Um, so I don't know if we have that Pacific data here, but I'll have to look at a certain point. This camera has changed quite a bit. The Albany camera, before you can kind of see the horizon line and lightning on the horizon. Now it is pretty well into the heavy rain with some lightning. Lightning has come down a little bit, but this is even the non-severe portion of that storm working through the Albany, New York area. That is I-90 right there with traffic. The taillights are moving westbound. Headlights are moving eastbound across the I-90 corridor. So it shows you even with a sub-severe thunderstorm, it definitely makes for dangerous travel conditions. This is a look at that Riceville storm. It's from Riceville along Iowa Highway 9. This is one of the rural cameras. It's not a live shot. It just takes pictures every couple minutes. But that looks like it shows kind of the inflow tail in here. And that's kind of the backside of that storm. So I don't know if it's the best look at that storm. But let's go back to that one. I do want to take a look and see. Yeah, this one still shows some rotation in here. It's not super strong rotation, but it has tightened up a little bit in the last couple radar scans. And again, this is an area that storm chasers reported a wall cloud with this storm as it's coming across the areas between Chester and Lime Springs. Thank you so much. Thanks for the subscription or subscribing. That's awesome. I feel like we haven't covered a lot of severe weather in the Nashville area much this spring. Nashville's been a little quiet for severe weather. Actually, the camera picture just updated. Hard to tell if that's a wall cloud. There's a lower cloud base there for sure. Hard to tell if it's really a wall cloud. I'd have to see it kind of rotating, and since the picture, it's a little harder to tell, but there is some lowered base, maybe some scud right up in there. You can see little fingers of scud. That could be it. It's hard to tell. Probably not, unless it's an old picture. Yeah, I think it's probably not the wall cloud, but it just shows you how low those cloud bases are in this storm. So if things can get spinning, it might not take a lot to get a tornado with the low cloud bases. A couple of years ago, Nashville had one of those springs where it felt like Felt like we were covering Nashville severe weather a lot. And then, was it like 22, 23 had the tornadoes around the Nashville area. So yeah, a lot of the Mid-South is actually a little bit below the, some of the Mid-South states are below the average number of tornadoes. They had actually a fairly quiet spring. We didn't really have like an early spring season that a lot of times the Mid-South gets with tornado outbreaks and stuff across, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi. Mississippi has, I think, a few more. I think they may be close to average for tornadoes per year, but yeah, some of the other states, Alabama, Tennessee, Arkansas, I think are a little behind on their tornado counts. Still nasty storms working through the Albany area. And then we are seeing those storms push into Kansas from the Colorado state line. This is a fairly skinny watch area because the model data doesn't really take storms east much into Kansas. So by the time they get out here towards Nest City, maybe towards Hayes, the expectation is these storms will weaken as they come off the higher terrain of the high plains and the Front Range. Right now, a couple stronger storms in western Kansas, all basically being warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter to half dollar size hail. Oh wow, yeah, that's a big change of weather then. If if you moved from Alaska and then all of a sudden you're dealing with tornadoes, that's a big change. Let's see. It depends kind of where you are in eastern Wisconsin, Jim. If it's up here towards like Green Bay and Appleton, a couple hours from now, uh, less of a severe risk down towards like Milwaukee, Janesville, but there is a non-zero chance at severe weather. Latest model data is basically waiting on these storms that are building out across eastern portions of Minnesota, the northern portions of Iowa. That's going to work towards like Stevens Point. This is about midnight. So basically about midnight or later,
A
eastern
new tornado
Wisconsin.
warning has been issued.
But as this model shows, like most of the core of the storm track is going to be across central and kind of north central Wisconsin. Only till like morning do we start to see more storms shift into southern Wisconsin, Madison, West Bend. But Milwaukee, yeah, it'd be like really early morning, maybe even towards rush hour. With a couple different rounds of storms. So it's not a one and done either across Wisconsin. Yeah, no problem. We'll keep an eye on it. The models do change. Again, and models you generally want to look at more models. I'm just kind of really doing some now casting with the latest model run, but it's just, educated guess of what the model thinks is going to happen. This one started with decent data, so it looks fairly on track. Still seeing those storms working away from the Mankato area. And did we get a tornado warning just now? We did get a tornado warning. It's going to be that the cell that we've been tracking for the last, I don't know, 20 minutes or so. Tornado warning here into northern Iowa. That's going to be for north central Howard County and then southwestern Fillmore County in southeast Minnesota. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Lime Springs. And we've talked about that storm for quite a while. That is the storm, let's see, not above me. That is that storm right there. So radar indicator rotation, and this is the storm that also storm spotters reported a wall cloud with a little while ago. Rotation in here, going towards the radar site in the green and away from the radar site in the red. We can also see chaotic winds picking up in this storm. This is spectrum width, Shows us chaotic winds at higher speeds there in the yellow colors. There you go. Better look at that. How has that trended? Trended up. We can start to see the spectrum width organizing back here. That's when we start to get those reports of the wall cloud. Still seeing it there and continuing there and to where it is now. So yeah, trending up. That is not a good situation if you live in the Lime Springs area. And that's going to lift across the state line here towards York, Lawrenceville, right on the Minnesota and Iowa state line. It appears to be Florenceville, Iowa, and also just south and west of Bristol, Minnesota. Continue to take tornado safety precautions. Lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside. If you have a basement or a storm shelter, that's your best options. No basement, no storm shelter, that's okay. Just calmly get into that interior room, that small space. It can be a hall closet, a pantry, a bathroom, something without windows on that lowest floor. And if you're in a mobile home or a camping trailer or an outbuilding, something that doesn't have a permanent foundation, you do want to move to a sturdy structure that does have a permanent foundation. Even weak tornadoes can do a lot of damage to non-permanent structures. Similar to our other storm, you can see this little hook feature right in here. This is that area of rotation. So if you're up here in York, Lawrenceville, you're going to get the rain and hail. Not much hail, but you're going to get the storm first. And then as things lighten up, that's where the tornado risk intensifies. So that's sometimes a dangerous situation when storms are oriented like this because, some people will go through the rain, hail, tons of lightning. And then you start to hear, hey, it's lightening up outside. Let's go take a look and see what happens. And then all of a sudden the tornado's in there. So it is kind of a tricky situation when the tornado's sitting on the backside of these storms. And yeah, not super tight rotation, or super strong rotation, but it is fairly tight. Lifting up across the border right now into Minnesota. And decent radar data coming out of the La Crosse area. We're only looking up about 4,000 feet. This was moving very slowly at about 15 miles an hour, so unfortunately you may be in this warning polygon for a little while as the storm is not moving much. How's it going, Leighton? Welcome, welcome. Buff and Puff, welcome back. It's great seeing our chat. We got some regulars in here, then we have some newbies. So if you're new here, give us a like and subscribe. You can click the bell icon, get notified when we go live. I'm doing good. How are you, Leighton? And I should send the link there. That way you don't even have to leave the stream. Should be able to like and subscribe just by clicking this subscribe link that'll go out in about 2 seconds here. There it goes. We had some questions the other day. Someone asked if we plan on covering hurricane coverage, and the answer is yes. Last year, the hurricane season, especially for the North American hurricane season, was pretty minimal. We had a little bit of hurricane coverage around the Jamaica and stuff, but with no U.S. landfalls, we didn't have really like a marathon hurricane coverage. But yes, as we get into shift from severe weather season into hurricane season, give us that like and subscribe because we'll have you covered for hurricane season as well. These storms appear to be struggling right now. They're actually kind of underperforming some of that model data that we looked at a little bit ago. The cap is fairly strong today. That's why storms were a little bit delayed getting fired across these areas. But it looks like the storms across Minnesota, northern Iowa have had a little more success breaking that cap. That's warm air above the surface. Just like boiling a pot of spaghetti or a pot of water, you can see the air bubbles rising up through that water column. Essentially, the atmosphere works like a liquid and works very similar. So warm air rises, and when there's warm air that's aloft, That's called the cap, and storms have to bust through that. It's like if you kind of, put a layer or put a piece of paper or something on top of that pot, and the steam has to build up pressure to move that. So it takes a little while. Storms build those updrafts, and then the updrafts kind of hit that cap and collapsed. That was going on late afternoon into the early evening. Now we're starting to see that cap break a little bit. The cap does kind of weaken a little bit going into this time of night. Watching for some isolated tornado risk across these areas into southern Minnesota, western Wisconsin, northern portions of Iowa. And at the start of the stream, we broke down this weather watch, but right now, since we have had quite a bit of people join the stream since then, I will kind of go over it again. This severe weather watch, the severe thunderstorm watch here across Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Iowa goes until 1 a.m. A couple of tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to 2 inches possible, and then scattered wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour are likely. That also includes the newest watch was back across Nebraska. Very similar wording with 75 mile an hour winds possible, 2-inch hail possible, that's lime size hail, and a couple of tornadoes also possible. The weather watch back into Nebraska goes until 2 a.m., so it is a late night threat, and you may get rounds of storms. It's not quite a one and done threat, but we will continue to watch those areas. It's been a little quiet for now. It's only 9 o'clock in the central time zone, so we do have time, and they have put these watches out for quite a while, so still time for more storms to develop. Dog update. Dog got a bee sting. It's been kind of toughing it out. He's doing okay. Got him some meds and stuff, so he's doing a little better. But yeah, so he's doing better. He's kind of a little bit drugged up right now. So yeah, he's doing better. All right, take a look at this storm. This is still tornado warned. Here, where is he? Hold on. We have a request to show the pup, so. And since we have a decent number of people in here in the stream, I'll trade some free subscribe there, click the subscription, and I'll trade you for some puppy shots. Where is he? Well, yeah, this storm doesn't immediately look tornadic right now, but no, I'm just gonna hold him. There we go. Get him in 4K here. There he is. Your first time on camera, little buddy. Yeah, he's a little drugged up with a bee sting, but he's lost right now. But there he is. Okay. He doesn't know what to do. We'll get him on another time too. There we go. I think I promised when I hit like 2,000 subscribers, I'll put him in front of the green screen and he can do the weather forecast. I'll just ad lib him. But yeah, he's a cutie. Thank you so much, Sherilyn. Hopefully saying that right. Yes, if you're new here, we try and focus on science-based weather communication. We started the channel a couple of years ago. There's just a lot of sensationalism, a lot of clickbait in the digital weather community, social media too. YouTube, there's a lot of sensationalism, a lot of unnecessary hype sometimes. So we try to have a little different voice, a little calmer voice, science-based communication. I've spent a lot of time studying warning theory, so that's something I take to heart too, is overwarning and things like that. Without getting too deep into that, that dissertation can come at another time. But yeah, trying to do things a little differently here with science-based communication. And yeah, some of the other there's some other really good reputable streamers on YouTube and stuff. I definitely recommend following a couple different weather sources, but making sure that they're, fairly reputable streamers. Because there's also a rise of like fake AI weathermen that are saw that conversation on social media recently too. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome. Mariah, yeah, I think it was around 2024. Yeah, so our channel's like 2 years old now. Yeah, that too. I do try and cover the populated areas. Population, is a small factor in coverage, but we are right now. Also, the storms are just not in very populated areas, so that's a little bit of luck. This is a fairly populated area. We've been kind of bouncing back to the Albany area. It's just these storms are somewhat on a weakening trend. They're now also through downtown Albany, New York, but we will continue to track those too. But yeah, I think that's a really important thing of digital weather is we can cover these areas that, are on the fringes of the television markets, and we can zoom into, some very small communities here that even in their local TV markets don't get a lot of airtime. So I do think that is an important factor. Who said that about the smaller communities? Sorry, the chat's probably going fast, but let's see. Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll be covering Indiana again too. At least the heat dome is keeping some of those storms away from the Ohio Valley right now, but eventually it does look like the pattern switch. We may get some storms as that heat dome collapses back in towards the Ohio Valley. A couple strong storms still ongoing also around Gaylord, Michigan, over towards Avery, Lewiston, and Lovells. I think that's the only problem is some of these communities are fairly small, so I may completely butcher your town name, but Grayling, Michigan, those areas there. Severe windstorms continue across northern Michigan. And then some strong storms, not severe, south of Traverse City. Yeah, we can check the Nashville radar. Let's take a look. Doesn't look like it. Looks like most of the storms have traveled south of Nashville and then are approaching the Mississippi River. Looking at, let's look at model data to see if there's any more storms expected across the Nashville area. So you can't look at model data and look at like the individual location, but you can see there's the model hints at maybe a couple showers still. So there may be an isolated chance at a shower or storm across this area, but in general, it doesn't look like a big stormy night or even a ton of rainfall across Nashville. Tomorrow, yeah, this is tomorrow afternoon. You may get some more rainfall tomorrow afternoon. But yeah, nothing really coming towards Nashville right now. Yes, thank you, Buff and Puff. Yeah, I had a special overlay and stuff. I was ready to cover some hurricanes last year, and we just did not get that. Let's see. Hopefully I'm answering questions. The chat is going fairly quick. If I don't get to you, just pop it back in. Just repeat your comment, and I'll try and get to it. Especially since things are fairly quiet right now without a tornado warning. I saw a question about Minnesota. Lindstrom, Minnesota. We can check that out. Okay, you're up in this area north of Minneapolis. Right now, no. Most of the storms are all south of Minneapolis. And that's another area. I think it should stay south of the focus corridor severe weather, but let's see. So far, model data really wants to keep storms in southern Minnesota. I'd say there's a chance we get an isolated storm up in that area overnight, but at least the focus storm track seems to be across southern Minnesota. Tomorrow, better shot tomorrow. And tomorrow, if you're anywhere in the Midwest, there's a widespread area where storms are possible, different clusters of severe storms. So it's not super organized tomorrow. But where you get these clusters could have bowing segments of damaging winds, line-embedded tornadoes, maybe some hail. Although it does look like tomorrow may be more of a wind event. But yeah, tomorrow maybe a better shot across kind of those northern and central portions of Minnesota. I haven't done a full forecast for that, but it seems like that model has uptrended in the storms for tomorrow. Let's see, where else? Steven, welcome. Yeah, we've had a lot of coverage of Kansas this season. We had a couple weeks ago, we had the Storm Chasers live coverage through the Kansas City area, power flashes in Kansas City. So yeah, we've been really hard into Kansas City. We are watching Kansas still tonight. There are some storms that are severe warned in western Kansas, and this one near Syracuse, Kansas, now being warned considerable threat for 2-inch hail. If you're in eastern Kansas, the good news is these storms aren't expected to head your way tonight. Oh yeah, the other night, Wichita, flash flood emergency. We saw cars on one of the highways actually turning around on the highway because down the exit lane it was all flooded. Yeah, Wichita has had rounds of severe weather this storm season as well. I guess that's the benefit of the heat dome, is some of these areas in eastern and central Kansas are getting a little break from the severe weather. The Ohio Valley is drying out. This area has been very active for severe weather this spring. So the trade-off right now, not a lot of severe weather, but it's crazy hot. So yeah, a little bit of a break there. Yeah, that Wichita storm just kind of sat over the Wichita area. 6+ inches of rain, if I remember right. Steven, did you guys flood, like your personal, property? Did you guys get flooded, or is it just mostly like other parts of the city? Because cleaning up from flooding is just a nightmare. Hopefully Steven stayed dry. This is some big hail crossing Kansas Highway 27 out in western Kansas, Syracuse, Kansas, lifting off to the north and east. Oh, nice. Welcome. Leon? Is that how you say it? Leon? Yeah, definitely. You're in a great time to be fascinated with weather. There's tons of free apps available. So if you have a cell phone, there's tons of different free apps that have really great radar data. And yeah, it's great. If you're 15 and 16 and you want to start to look at radar data, it is a really awesome time for that. As well as all of us, like our digital meteorology friends here. Some of the reputable streamers, definitely follow them, and the storm chasers. If you're just getting into weather, it's a good idea. You can then, see what it looks like on radar. And if a storm chaser that you were following is on that same storm, then you can kind of get a good visual of it. So it's great to kind of see the storm from different angles. Yeah, it's a boy, that's a long answer there for Ken. It's a little bit of a yes and no. There are some climate reasons why there's some more extreme events, but there's also more people. There's more people that have moved into areas that have long histories of extreme events. So it's kind of there's multiple factors, but yeah, there are climate reasons why there's some more extreme events, especially extreme rainfall events. There is scientific and peer-reviewed data that shows that it has increased over the last 50 or so years. But yeah, beyond that, there's also just people that have moved into um, areas that are prone to that sort of extreme events too. Still seeing these severe storms pushing into now eastern portions of New York. Actually, a couple of those warnings are for western Massachusetts now, as areas around Williamstown, North Adams, Pittsfield, Mass. Get in on that. Let's see, checking our camera setups right now. A couple different looks here. That's back in the Albany area. You can see that has cleared out quite significantly in the last few minutes. That was pretty heavy rain, and now you can see the skyline again. You can see some of those radio towers in the background blinking. So visibility coming up in the Albany area as those storms have pushed through. You'll figure that out. I mean, you got time. You're only 15. But if you do want to study meteorology as you go through high school and things, make sure you take math classes, see how you do with math, take physics. If you can get some physics classes, that's always a good heads up start. And then continue to build up your interest in meteorology. You can, there's also some good books. You can get some good academic books on meteorology. Follow like the American Meteorological Society. They put out peer-reviewed research. So there's a ton of ways. If you're a teenager and you're just getting involved in meteorology, you can kind of start to see if that is your life path. But I'll be honest, I mean, you're 15, so it might not be your life path either. You have a few years to figure that out. You don't have to rush it either. The other thing that I think a lot of people don't realize is there's not really an age limit to be a certified like Skywarn spotter. So you can, it's a free class. They host them randomly through the year, but especially in the early spring, your local National Weather Service office will probably host Skywarn spotting classes. And that's a great free way to get some extra weather knowledge to also help your community, because you can, do some weather spotting for it and just also meet some other, people that are enthusiastic and interested in weather. But yeah, I'd recommend looking into that too. Right now, we've lost all of our severe warnings across this severe weather watch, but let's go back in and take a look at some of these storms, even though we don't have a ton of severe warned storms right now. I do want to keep an eye on some of these. We're seeing kind of that western and central Wisconsin corridor really light up with storms in the last little bit. So yeah, definitely uptrending there. I think we're kind of in between the storm modes. I don't know if we're going to get a lot more discrete cells. We may start to get these clustering line segments. So we'll see if this kind of organized. So we're kind of in this little in-between time frame. But this is still a cluster of storms that is a storm to watch as it lifts into areas like Preston, Minnesota, eventually towards La Crosse. That area of rotation has slacked off quite a bit. So not really much rotation in there. But wind may be picking up around Harmony. Nice, congratulations. That's a big step. Getting those A's is always good. And even if you don't get A's all the time, I mean, you can. There's still plenty of great meteorologists who, didn't have the greatest grade every now and then, but as long as you get most of the good grades, you're in good shape. But yeah, see if you can get a physics class in high school, see if you can get some extra math in, and that helps prepare you. And if you like it, if you like that kind of stuff, if you find yourself hating math and hating physics and, then, there's other careers too. You got time. Still also watching these storms struggling against the cap in central portions of Nebraska, Greeley Center, Loop City. The models may have overestimated that storm strength there. I still think we'll get storms there. They're just kind of slower to develop. And then back into Kansas, Colby, Kansas, Rexford, Selden. This is a newer storm that's gone up in the last few minutes. Working along I-70 around Colby, Kansas. Yeah, there's a couple different hail cores in here. They could have some half-dollar size hail 1.25 inch hail around Rexford, and a little bit right there in Colby. Those are all kind of lifting north-northeast. So heads up there, Oberlin, Selden, Jennings, western Kansas. Take a look. They're just actually upping this a little bit. Considerable threat still for golf ball size hail. I was just trying to take a look at the hail profile and see exactly where that hail core is. But yeah, it's just in here north of Syracuse. There's also another hail core in there to the north of that. So that's why they've expanded that warning out, covering a couple different hail cores. Golf ball there could still be a lime or two, lime-sized hail, 2 inches. But that's going to be, most of it is north of Highway 50 from Syracuse to Kendall. That new considerable threat warning, Hamilton and Kearney counties in southwest Kansas. Thank you. Can I Rose? Is that what it says? Yeah, I try to, that's part of that science-based communication. We do try and work in some teaching, not like forcing it down someone's throat, but our community, our chat always has good questions, so I encourage asking questions, and especially if it's like a downtime where we can have more of a discussion, it's great to get these scientific discussions in. Obviously, if there's like a tornado outbreak and we're covering multiple tornadoes at times, then I'm not going to get to all the questions at once. But yeah, right now we are in a little bit of a lull. And we have lost these severe warnings across the south right now. So storms are pushing out of Mississippi into southern portions of Arkansas, mostly diminishing thunderstorms. Most of this was daytime heating, and there's actually a little cool air aloft. So this was one of those situations where the ground heated up a lot faster and more under that heat dome. And with a little bit of a trough in there, little cool air aloft, that's what created a little bit more than just the average kind of popcorn storms across the south this time of year. Let's see. It can be busy at times, but and I can adjust it a little bit too. Usually at most of the center of the states, you should be able to kind of see it faintly on here. It'll actually tell you the state name. If I zoom in too far, it may not. The state name may go away. Yeah, if I zoom in to a certain level, then the state name goes away just because we pick up the county names. But yeah, I'll just do a better job right now of telling you where we are, because we are bouncing around a little bit. Sometimes we don't need to. Sometimes, like last night, we were pretty much all in Nebraska with a cluster of storms in Nebraska. But yeah, it can be a little hard to get all the information in there. And I can adjust stuff too. I can still play around with map settings. Let's see. This may be a little easier too. I can actually up the state borders. I'll do that right now too, so you can see the state borders a little easier. Not really. In fact, they're expected to strengthen, especially with how much instability we've had all day. The daytime heating builds that instability, and with the cap earlier, the storms couldn't break that, but they are expected to continue building through this evening hour, and they can continue to rely on the instability that's already built. And then especially if they do form these more organized clusters, these clusters basically kind of drive their own weather. Mesoscale convective systems, they're called MCS complexes. They also sometimes called mesoscale complexes. They can sometimes have their own little low pressure at the comma head, and that actually drives its own little wind system. So yeah, they can definitely strengthen even after dark, which model data is kind of supporting. And this is an example. This is about 3 a.m. this model, and it wants to show, you know, a couple different clusters of storms still working through these areas. Even a new one out here towards western Nebraska. All basically kind of riding around that ridge of high pressure. So all that heat dome that you may hear about in the news, that's all centered down across the Ohio Valley, the Mid-South, the East Coast. And yeah, takes that storm pattern all out here. Yeah, no problem. That is true though. Some days where there's not as much instability, you know, and like the south, like we were saying earlier with those more popcorn storms down south, uh, once you lose the daytime heating, you can see like this model really takes 7 o'clock, a lot of storms. By about 10 or 11, really just kind of some showers left because you lose that instability. You really lose the storms across the south this time of year. And actually, we may be losing even storms faster than that model hints at. Good night, Leon. Thank you for joining us. Definitely like and subscribe. Click that bell icon. Yeah, happy to answer more questions about meteorology, the educational path, all that good stuff. A storm that was tornado warned earlier, actually looks like it did have a brief funnel cloud with it for a while north of Riceville, Iowa. So good call there that was a tornado warned storm. But yeah, that has weakened. That storm tried to produce a tornado, and then it's gone into a little less favorable environment for tornadic development. Let's see. Looking here, this is Amarillo, Texas. We are still watching severe storms pushing across the Texas Panhandle. Strong storms, they're starting to lose a little bit of punch there as they've worked east of Amarillo. But that area in the Texas Panhandle also does have a severe thunderstorm watch. Goes into the evening hours here. And yeah, still watching Kansas, east of Kansas Highway 27, west of Kansas Highway 25, north of Kendall. Severe thunderstorm considerable threat continues for large hail, Hamilton and Kearney counties. Caleb, welcome. How are you tonight? Got other cluster storms still also severe warned. Colby, Rexford, Selden, Kansas, and then even approaching Jennings. There's a little bit of a hail core still in there. This is our Storm Prediction Center risk area for tonight. You can see the orange outlined area, level 3 out of 5. That's an enhanced risk for severe weather. And that does include parts of southern Minnesota, northern Iowa, much of central Wisconsin, and also into northern lower Michigan. We have had the 8 o'clock update by the Storm Prediction Center, the Outlook, and they have dropped the hatched area. Earlier, this brown area was also hatched. So there was the expectation that there could be a couple strong tornadoes. Now the Storm Prediction Center has backed off that hatching. So they're saying lower chance, a lower probability of strong tornadoes this evening. So that's some good sign that they have backed off some of that intensity. Still could get a tornado or two across these areas, especially in the brown, but anywhere in that green, if you have multiple ways to get warnings overnight, a NOAA weather radio is your best, most reliable option. But if you don't have a NOAA weather radio, at least go into your phone settings, make sure your phone emergency alerts are turned on. The official recommendation is to turn on all of your phone emergency alerts. I do know some people do think it gets annoying. So you can go in and on the phone settings and adjust which emergency alerts your phone goes off with. And I would definitely recommend having the weather emergency alerts on, especially if you're in a tornado risk for that evening. And even parts of lower northern Michigan, have that tornado risk tonight. The wind risk is still fairly high, and that stretches from eastern portions of Nebraska, especially in that red portion. That is essentially a wind-driven enhanced risk, and you can see that hatching. Hatching indicates that there could be some hurricane-force wind gusts tonight. So before bed, you may want to make sure the lawn chairs are tucked away, patio furniture all tucked away, that kind of stuff, because things could get pretty windy in those clusters of storms overnight. And the hail risk mostly centered across Minnesota and western Wisconsin. Also isolated hail, large hail down into Nebraska this evening. There is also some hail chances into western Kansas, but the large hail is going to be more isolated in these areas. Some good news is before it pushes into eastern Wisconsin and southern Wisconsin, where these higher populations are in Wisconsin, the hail risk should diminish a little bit. And I've said it on other streams, I may be a little biased here. I worry about hail the most for me, like personally. I feel like tornadoes don't scare me that much. Damaging winds doesn't scare me, especially if you're in a well-built structure. But hail can really be costly, even on your well-built structure. It can take out your brand new roof. It can bust your car apart. So for me, like, I worry about hail the most. This is called aguacero weather. I can also send you that. Radar. Should pull the link up. It is a fairly new weather app. They're about a year and a half old or so. And we switched over to this once it came out with live radar data. It's a really interesting app. It kind of works a little like a Photoshop. I have it cropped a little bit so you can't see the full screen, but basically you have all these data layers and you can sort them and organize them and change them around. And yeah, it's very cool once you kind of get used to it. They do have a free version, so if you want to just kind of play around, get used to things, I recommend starting with the free version. They have tutorials on their YouTube page, Aguacero Weather, and go watch the tutorials, play around with the free version, and then they do have a few different paid tiers if you want more data, different data panels, and all kinds of different ways to visualize stuff. But yeah, it's great. We can put live radar on top of models and see how things are comparing with each other. Yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. We can put different MRMS layers on. I have shear detector on for some of these storms. And yeah, not a great example because not seeing a lot of shear. But I can also take a look at hail tracks. This may show a little bit better. Some hail tracks out in those Minnesota storms, but yeah, here's a good example of those hail tracks with that storm complex over western Kansas. We can also take a look at like flash flood risk across those same areas. So yeah, not much flash flood risk there. You can see some of these storms are heavy rainfallers across the Texas Panhandle. That does increase some of that flash flood risk. Yeah, we have all kinds of tools. Yeah, me too. I am glad that it is building up that solid. There's more also solid, like professional meteorologists even on TV that I've seen using some Aguacero products. I'm still making some adjustments. I was making more adjustments when I switched over to it, but I have like pretty full customizable controls for the map too. So I can change like how much we see like the road labels and font sizes for different things. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Actually don't want to change some of those settings. I'm going to reload without changing those settings. Mossy Pickle, how's it going? Oh no. Yeah, I remember that day. There was tons of large hail across Wisconsin. Oh yeah. Yeah, and it takes a while to recover from that. You got to go through like the insurance and that can take a while. And especially if the whole area got hit with hail, then like there's sometimes product that you can't get enough roofing material in. Yeah, that can be a big mess. good news is right now across these areas, we're not seeing that large of hail in any of these storms right now across Minnesota, Wisconsin. There may be some pockets of some pea-size hail. There's no severe warnings right now in any of these states. A little bit of hail potentially in this cell south of Rochester. We'll keep an eye on that storm. But yeah, storms are behaving themselves at the moment. Again, I think we're kind of in a transition from the more discrete mode to potentially some more clusters of storms, and that will likely expand the wind risk into the evening. So yeah, there's one cluster that seems to want to develop here. We'll see how that transitions. And then there's kind of another cluster starting to develop in western Wisconsin. They still both have a long way to go. But yeah, we should see favorable development for those clusters of storms. That severe warning also in Iowa was a tornado warning a while back. That has continued to fade. Still a strong storm near Spencer, Iowa. Ruthven, those areas in kind of west central Iowa. Yeah, Illinois and Indiana have had a crazy severe weather season. In fact, statistically, we're just about average. Statistically, the last I checked, we were actually maybe just a hint above average for tornadoes per year. And it's almost exclusively thanks to Illinois and Indiana. But Illinois is like way above their tornado average per year. Indiana should be too. So yeah, these two states have really combined to keep us close to average. If there weren't as many tornadoes in Illinois and Indiana, we would be actually well below average. So it's been a rough severe weather season. Yeah, that enhanced risk. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, you're down in these areas. This Madison area has been hit really hard with severe weather with the hail. I think we saw hail on that day. We saw like large hail bouncing off the roads in Madison that April 14th day. You guys, I think, had a couple different large hail storms. One went through earlier and then another one went through later. Yeah, that was a crazy day. Less of a hail risk tonight. It is more of a wind risk. Yeah, the hail probabilities significantly drop off north of Madison, according to the Storm Prediction Center. It is important to note in severe weather setups, you can get isolated severe wind, hail, and tornadoes even outside of where the Storm Prediction Center highlights things. But in general, they do a pretty good job. But yeah, the significant hail does cut off before it kind of gets into southeast portions of Wisconsin tonight. Since we are quiet right now, fairly quiet across the Midwest, I do want to take a look back into the Northeast. Do we have any Northeast people in here tonight? Give it like a thumbs up or a peace sign or something if you're from the Northeast in the chat. Even if you don't want to, participate, maybe give it a little thumbs up in there. Still seeing these strong storms. They're pushing into Vermont and yeah, all of Vermont actually from top to bottom on the west side of Vermont now under severe thunderstorm warnings. Sounds a little more impressive than it is. Vermont's a fairly small state, but that is a decent line of severe thunderstorm warnings. 60-mile-an-hour winds, they have dropped a considerable threat. That's through Plattsburgh, New York, and then over into the Burlington, Vermont area. Severe storms down across the western side of Vermont, Addison, down to Putnam. Stronger storm there from North Creek and Thurman over towards Dresden. And then strong storms Clarendon, Teignmouth, Manchester, Bennington, all the way down into western Massachusetts now. 60-mile-an-hour winds pushing through North Adams, Pittsfield, and extending out towards Amherst and Northfield, all the way down to around Catskill, New York. And then one little lone cell also basically in the Catskills, Rockland, Neversink. We'll see, that may get down towards New Falls and into the lower Hudson Valley. We'll keep an eye on that storm. Oh yeah, it's been crazy. And a number of those tornadoes, they haven't just been weak tornadoes. They've been actually strong to significant to even a couple of violent tornadoes across Illinois. Hey, Sarah, welcome, welcome. Yes, thank you, Sarah. Thank you for the support. Yeah, I think we have more viewers right now than Illinois has had tornadoes this year, but just barely. Uh, yeah. Good news is, yeah, the Ohio Valley is going to get somewhat of a break while we're in this really oppressive heat pattern. But yeah, after the dangerous heat, there may be another round of severe weather eventually as the pattern switches back over. But I'll put a new forecast video for that kind of stuff. Yeah, break from the tornadoes, not the heat. The heat is pretty expansive still. In fact, we can take a look at that since we're in a fairly big lull for severe weather. Let's see. Let me pull. What do I want to pull? Yeah, let's pull model data and see what the what it looks like for tomorrow. Apparent temperature. A lot of orange on the map. So part of the problem with the heat, and sorry if you watched last night, we talked about it a little bit. The problem with some of the heat is, and check out the cool stuff we can do here on Aguacera. I can actually go and get point data. We can go get city data, and then I'll expand the font size. That way you can see it a little better. Yeah, that's better. So one of the big problems with this heat dome is the temperatures overnight are not going to get that cool. This is basically low temperatures tonight, around 74 degrees. Actually, this is the feels like. So this is the heat index, although you're not going to get as much heat index overnight. So close to the low temperatures. 78 in Detroit, 80 around Cleveland, 76 Pittsburgh, 74, 75 around St. Louis, Springfield, all the way down into the Gulf South. It's just if you don't have access to air conditioning, these heat domes can be very dangerous because you just don't have your body just can't cool down. Especially if you don't have access to air conditioning, you can't just open up the windows at night when it's still 75 to 80 degrees at night. And then very quickly you can see as soon as the sun comes up at like 8 a.m., you can see the heat indices just skyrocket back close to 90 in most of these areas. This is HRRR data for tomorrow. And quickly by even late morning, we may start to get some heat indices in the hundreds across portions of the mid-Atlantic, back into the Ohio Valley. Models sometimes do overdo some of this, but if you see like model data here, like Clarksville that says 109, I mean, okay, it might not be 109, it might be overdoing it by a couple degrees, but it might be like 105 or 100. That's still a pretty significant heat index by about noon. And yeah, tomorrow may be one of the hotter days of this heat dome across the East Coast as well. Portions of like New York, Philly, Washington, Baltimore, heat indices 100, 105. Probably see some common ones like that. And then, yeah, you think it's going to cool off, and overnight into Friday, we still only get back to about 80 degrees around Memphis, 77 Dayton, 78 Louisville, 80 degrees in Harrisburg for a low temperature, 83 in New York. Yeah, just brutal heat. Yeah, and there's talk of that too, like the corn sweat across this Midwest area also adds an extra layer of humidity. It's just absolutely brutal. This is the model. These little pockets of like splashes. It looks like splashes on the paint. That's the model interpreting storms in the afternoon. That's an interesting thing because this is the HRRR model, so we see high def stuff. So you may get some rain cooled situations if you get under some of those storms. But wow, yeah, it looks like it's going to be a very hot 4th of July weekend for most people. All right, let's go back. Kind of just covered that area. Let me quickly look at the Northeast. I haven't seen a lot of thumbs up, so I guess we don't have a lot of Northeast people. There's one, Carrie from Connecticut. Thank you. Welcome. Yeah, the breeze does help. I agree, Sarah. The breeze helps. There's one, Spanky from Massachusetts. We got some Northeast people in here. Oh, yeah. Excessive heat warnings are up for most of those areas we just looked at. Heat index like 110. Especially in the cities. The cities have the heat island effect. So if you're anywhere in these larger cities, that's also going to be some oppressive heat. Yeah. The Mid-South and the South, the Gulf Coast, the South, um, you really can get tornadoes all times of the year. We've had a couple outbreaks that we've covered on this channel in December. 2 years ago, across the South, the Gulf Coast had a pretty sizable outbreak. I want to say like December 28th, 29th. So yeah, it definitely can happen. The Mayfield outbreak was a little bit of an outlier, but yeah, some of these areas that are under the heat warnings may actually get some storms here in the next little bit. So we have some people from Massachusetts, Connecticut. Connecticut looks like most of the storms are going to miss you guys, but Massachusetts, some of the stronger storms are pushing into the west side of the state, North Adams, down through Pittsfield. I'm actually curious because this is a little bit east of where I thought storms would be out here. This is one of the great tools for model data, as I can kind of see where this. And model data is not very strong on these storms lasting long, but they're stronger right now than the model indicates. So the model has a little bit of bad data. The new model is just about to run, so we'll see if it does better with that. The last hour model run, this model runs every hour, does weaken storms as it gets still into western Massachusetts. So yeah, you may not get much of a break from rain cooling. So this will be an interesting test here. Springfield, Holyoke, Sunderland, Greenfield, Northfield. If we see these storms are still going pretty strong as they get into this area, that'll be a sign that those storms are pretty significantly overperforming models because the models don't really show much storms getting past that portion of Massachusetts. Actually, there's a storm going up just over that area. So we may see more storms into portions of the, not Mid-Atlantic, but the New England a little bit more than the models kind of indicated. Yeah, there's still a decent line of storms pushing into western portions of Massachusetts and now the western half of Vermont, including Montpelier, Middlebury, Salisbury, Brandon, all the way up through Burlington, Vermont. Oh, geez. 90 feels like 98 still in Nashville. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, just waiting on that outflow boundary buff and puff. Yeah. I mean, that can help. It can cool down your temperatures pretty quickly on those outflow boundaries. I'll see if I can turn those on. I don't want to I don't want to break the system, but yeah, we turned them on yesterday for a little bit. The excessive heat warnings. I don't think much has changed, but let's take a look. Yeah. Extreme heat warnings are in the pink. The entire state of Illinois, entire state of Indiana, the entire state of Kentucky, Ohio. That's a massive amount of people that are under extreme heat warnings. This is like the highest level heat warning you have. Much of south and southeastern Iowa, a lot of Missouri, Milwaukee, Madison, all the way up into northern lower Michigan. And yeah, you can see all these East Coast states all also under the extreme heat. If I expand a little bit, heat watches for like Virginia Beach, and then heat advisories for most of those areas in between. So yeah, that's your heat dome. Just pretty large. Well, if storms don't continue to get severe, we might have to change the title. The title of this stream, I think, talks about storms in the Midwest, maybe. We did get a new warning in Massachusetts. This is for that area around Springfield. Tolland, Hartford. It's spelled Worcester, but it's Worcester County. Hampshire, Franklin, and Hampton counties, western Massachusetts, and extreme northern Connecticut there, Tolland County. Yeah, that's north of Hartford. Severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is a pretty wooded area in western Massachusetts, so if you have trees on your property, you definitely want to, be in an interior room on a lower level, away from windows, that sort of stuff. But overall, it's mostly going to be a gusty wind risk coming into western Massachusetts. Yeah, there's pockets of gusty winds showing up in here around Stockbridge. Not everybody sees it. It's not a large swath of gusty winds, but little pockets there where it could hit 50, 60-mile-an-hour gusts in there. And especially on this leading edge where the line segment's kind of bowing out a little bit, that's where you have the little higher end chances of seeing some of those higher gusts to 60. 83 degrees in Indianapolis feels like 89. Yeah, that's rough. Still 90 degrees at 10, 11 o'clock at night. And that whole line segment kind of lifts up into southern Vermont. So that's the more feisty portion of the line that it appears to be. Things do seem to be weakening a little bit in Burlington down towards Middlebury. And then we're quickly clearing out across northern New York. Those storms have worked through the New York state pretty quickly. Rochester, New York. Let's see. There's been so many storms, I have to keep kind of bouncing back to the model data. You guys might get more storms again, I think tomorrow again. This latest model is not that sold on it, but there's still a chance you get some storms tomorrow. It looks like for the most part for tonight, that severe threat should diminish. And yeah, they have dropped that watch also across northern New York. If you're talking about Rochester, Minnesota, then that's a more certain yes. Storms that have worked through now, you may get another cluster of storms building up here, 1, 2 a.m. sort of thing. So it's going to be rounds of storms across southern Minnesota overnight. And yeah, actually just taking a look at the latest model data, it still wants to get more storms going in this general area. So even though we've had a little bit of a delay for this severe weather, yeah, model data is still supporting a couple different clusters working through Wisconsin, northern Iowa, and even getting out into northern lower Michigan at times. Models have been fairly consistent at taking those storms across the Texas Panhandle and western Kansas and weakening those by 11, 12 at night. And that's when that severe weather watch expires. So yeah, Storm Prediction Center's thinking the same thing if their watch expires around the same time. That's crazy, yeah. Almost all of our severe thunderstorm watches right now are on the East Coast. We have one in Michigan, severe thunderstorm with some small hail and some 60-mile-an-hour winds. The hail has come down in those storms across Kansas, so they may already be on that weakening trend in there around Lakin, Kansas, west of Garden City. Still a pocket there that could have some hail in it along Kansas Highway 25. Yeah, that's where your hail is going to be. It's going to be tucked up in there on Kansas 25, kind of right in this area. Another little pocket just up there. So a couple little hail cores. Some gusty winds also showing with that storm. It surged out a little bit just north of Deerfield. And that may work its way towards Garden City, Kansas here on the right of your screen. One of the larger communities out there. Hopefully I got the right, if I didn't get the right Rochester, let me know. Because there's quite a few Rochesters. I picked New York and Minnesota because those are in the severe weather today, but there's Rochester, Michigan, and Detroit area, which shouldn't get many storms there. There's, I think, some Rochesters in other states. Just let me know. All right, yeah, let's zoom in and take a look at this storm again. It is starting to weaken a little bit just based on the reflectivity. You can see as it was coming into Massachusetts, we see more of those cores, those purples and darker reds, and also more of a solid line. This is about 9:30 at night. As it has shifted to the east, we're seeing less of those brighter reds and purple colors. That means the cores of these storms are coming down. You still can get gusty winds on the leading edge of this for a while, so that's why these thunderstorm warnings are out in advance of this storm. In fact, as these cores collapse, you can actually sometimes get some downbursts that do provide some punchy winds. The good news is, as it gets into some more populated areas in Massachusetts, the hail cores have come down. It's mostly just that gusty wind threat, as well as lightning. Oh, nice. Um, yeah, Rochester, New York, not in a severe risk anymore. They have trimmed that severe risk. Rochester, Minnesota, you guys are in that level 3 out of 5, so there is the severe chance into the evening and into the overnight. It does shift, I think, though. It'll shift from a tornado risk and a hail risk to more of that damaging wind risk. Yeah, they've trimmed that just, oh no, that's tomorrow. They've trimmed that a little bit, I believe, though. But yeah, technically, Rochester, Minnesota is still in the all hazards severe risk well into the overnight. In fact, I think they have shifted this a little bit. The wind risk has shifted a little bit further south now. So Rochester's still in it. But yeah, Madison, Janesville getting a little bit more into that wind risk. This was at the 8 o'clock update. I don't think the overall risk area changed much, but they have nudged it just a little bit south. So we're just kind of waiting for those storms to really get going out across the plains. We lose good radar coverage. There's so much high terrain here, so we have some good radar coverage around the Burlington area where we see these storms. Essex Junction, Williston, Essex Center. That strong storm is going to continue working across northern portions of Vermont. looks like get into the very northern portions of Vermont. St. Johnsbury, Hyde Park, Stowe, Vermont. And yeah, storms are weakening across central Vermont, Middlebury down to Rutland. I think that's still our strongest winds in the Northeast is probably going to be in this little Boeing segment. But it is on a downtrend. So we should start to see some of the storms not get reissued new warnings as it moves to the east. But if you're anywhere in those warnings, do you want to treat them seriously? Yeah, interior room on a lower level, especially if you got the trees on your property. And I was just about to go check it. We lost that warning across Michigan. Yeah, still some feisty storms across northern lower Michigan, Grayling, Lake City. And then a solid cluster of storms. They're just not that severe right now. Yeah, not seeing a lot of wind in those right now. So there's not hail. They're not really windy right now. So that's why they're not severe. But Appleton, Dale, Fremont, Plainfield, this could, before it gets severe, this could be more of a flash flood risk as these storms are kind of working across the same area. So keep an eye on that. If you have travel plans across northern Wisconsin tonight, there's a decent amount of storms, even though they're not severe right now. Then some of this has some punchy wind in it. Black River Falls, Warrens, north of Toma. This may be starting to develop more of a wind risk as this storm cluster is starting to get a little bit more of a bow shape to it. That's rain-cooled air surging out and surging that line ahead in that bow shape. Blackhammer, Spring Grove, Caledonia, Minnesota, and then into areas like Decorah in Iowa. Yeah, kind of on the leading edge of this, there may be some gusty winds in there. See if that gets a warning. That one may be one of the storms that gets a warning somewhat soon. This cluster doesn't seem to be severe yet. Some of the strongest storms back in here could go severe. So we'll see about those. And then kind of waiting to see if this cluster may go severe soon. But yeah, there's still a potential that we get some severe clusters of storms. The storms across Nebraska are still really struggling right now, but yeah, model data does support those. We called some of these communities out a little bit ago, but areas around Hyde Park, Gardner, looks like this storm is going to get into the Hudson Valley, so a little more populated area. 60-mile-an-hour winds. It is also being warned for ping pong ball size hail. We'll see if that makes its way into the Hudson Valley here. Ellenville, Gardner, and Poughkeepsie, New York. Severe thunderstorm warning there. And then Enfield, Springfield, Holyoke, Northampton, Sunderland, Greenfield, Marlborough, Newfane. Those are all areas there in southern Vermont, western Massachusetts under those severe thunderstorm warnings. Redberg, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I know. We have quite a bit of people in here. Again, if you're new, like and subscribe. Click that bell icon. Get notified when we go live, when we post forecast videos. Everybody's just waiting for the storms to really fire across the Midwest. But yeah, we do focus here on science-based weather communication, no hype weather forecasts. So if you're kind of tired of the overhype, and we have a lot of people, a lot of our regulars have storm anxiety that want to learn more about weather, but want to do it in a little calmer fashion. Definitely give us a like and subscribe. It helps the channel. It helps spread this life-saving coverage to more people. Helps the algorithm pick up our coverage. And yeah, our growth has been pretty good. I think over the last month, I was doing a little bit of loose data collection. I need to actually do better with it, but I think we were like over the last 12 or so weather streams, we were like the third or fourth highest viewers for like the national weather streamers. I think there's a few streamers that focus on specific areas like Texas and maybe Florida that have a pretty good viewership, but it's the local to those states compared to like the national streamers on YouTube. I think we were like 3 or 4 with the amount of views, but if anyone knows the weather streaming, there's a big jump between 1 and 2 and the rest of the weather streamers right now. But we're getting there. We got ways to go, but we're getting there. Still a couple stronger storms. These were severe warned as they came out of the Mankato area earlier. Little pocket of maybe some small hail around Deerfield, Minnesota, about to cross I-35 just north of Owatonna, south of the Twin Cities. And yeah, Twin Cities, not as big of a severe threat today. Tomorrow has a better chance, a wider chance of severe weather across the Midwest and the Northern Plains. Yeah, there's the subscribe link for our new subscribers. Although Redbird, I think the views came when I showed we finally put one of our dogs on camera earlier, Redbird. So, I might clip that out and put it as a short or something after the stream. But I think I said I wasn't gonna put a dog on until we had the 2,000 subscribers. But I guess we'll do something different. Oh, geez. You know what? I've heard of a few people that have had colds recently in the last couple weeks. So I don't know if there's a bug going around or something, but I have heard that. It can also be, I think, rough on your body too, just because it gets so hot and it's hot outside, and then you go into some of the stores and restaurants and the air is cranked up so high it's like freezing. So yeah, it can be kind of rough in the summertime too. There's a little pocket of wind starting to develop in this storm near Warrens. This is in central Wisconsin, Babcock, Findlay, City Point. It is south and west of Wisconsin Rapids. And I'm watching this little area in here. These brighter reds and that peach shade color shows some higher wind speeds picking up in this storm. And yeah, if I scroll it back on the radar, not as high of wind speeds just a few minutes ago. So that is a uptrending thunderstorm. It's going to basically south sides of Wisconsin Rapids. That's the storm to keep an eye on. This storm has had some gusty winds at times as well. We're seeing it pretty good close to the radar site as well. There's potentially some 60-mile-an-hour gusts in here. Cashton, Malvina, Ontario, Norwalk. That storm may get a severe warning soon too if it continues to trend upward. Not really a tornado risk. It's actually outflow dominant right now. We can see this little outflow boundary that extends out of the storm. Yeah, this little faint line in there. There's a little faint green line on the reflectivity, and that is the outflow boundary. So that's wind surging out as someone said in the chat earlier, that buff and puff, that outflow boundary it can have damaging winds and even severe winds at times, but especially on a hot night, it can be a breath of fresh air. It can be a nice cool breeze that hits you because it is rain-cooled air from the top of the thunderstorm that gets down to the ground level. And yeah, that storm hitting about 50,000 feet, so seeing that. Oh, geez. Yeah, there's something going around. I've heard a few people that have had colds. This is a similar storm. It's not not quite as organized yet, but there are pockets of some gustier winds in this. Spring Grove in southern Minnesota, all the way down to Decorah, northeast Iowa. Keep an eye on that storm cluster. So yeah, it isn't developing as cleanly as the models kind of indicated, but I do think we're starting to see one cluster of storms develop here, and then another cluster kind of in this area. Those are some of the areas that have the shorter term potential of going severe. Otherwise, yeah, those storms are really struggling against the cap in parts of northeast Nebraska right now. So here is this cap a little bit. It's just above the surface. You can see it starts out at about 78 degrees and then it goes up and actually gets a little bit warmer just above the surface. So that is your cap right in there. Otherwise, quite a bit of wind shear. The hodograph actually supports some supercell development, but it's just having a tough time breaking that cap. Let's go back to the East Coast. We have gotten some new warnings out from the East Coast. Montpelier, Barrie, Vermont, into eastern Vermont now. Chelsea, Royalton, Woodstock, Heartland. Severe warning continues there. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Maybe some small hail in some places, but we're losing really the warnings for the hail. Most of that is through Cambridge. It's through Burlington, Vermont. Now east of Burlington, west of Montpelier. Basically over some of that higher terrain in northern Vermont. And then it starts to break up a little bit, but a couple different stronger cells in central Vermont around Danby and Clarendon. And then some strong storms also in southern Vermont, Newfane, Battleboro, Hinsdale, Wilmington, Vermont. And then this storm cluster is starting to weaken as it pushes into the 91 corridor, the I-91 corridor. Is that the Connecticut River Valley, I think? I believe it's the Connecticut River Valley. Could be wrong, though. But yeah, we are seeing weakening storms into western Massachusetts, extreme northern portions of Connecticut. And then this storm is severe warned in the Catskills, but it is also weakening. Ellenville, Gardner, New Falls, maybe getting over to Poughkeepsie. But that storm may actually be weakening before it gets there. And back into the Midwest. The storm that we were just looking at a little bit ago, a couple minutes ago, is now severe warned. It's the storm that we were just looking at that was gusting out a little bit. 61-mile-an-hour winds in here, 67 potentially. So 50 to 60 is probably a good bet. There may be some gusts that are 60 to 65. And that is going to be a new warning. Vernon and Monroe counties in southwest Wisconsin. And it's moving east at about 50 miles an hour. First time tonight, we can pretty much break out this tracking tool. And I drew it weird, so we'll just readjust and shouldn't be too much of a problem. Okay, at about 50 miles an hour, that puts it to Elroy in about 14 minutes. Lemon Weir, 26. Linden, 37. And areas around Malston, Wisconsin, about 23 minutes. That's along the I-90 corridor. New Lisbon, also about 15 minutes. Camp Douglas, 10. And the Wisconsin Dells would be right on the edge of this polygon as well. That's about 41 minutes. So, especially this time of year, that's a big tourist area around the Wisconsin Dells. Gusty winds. If you know anyone in there, maybe give them a text. Just let them know some strong storms coming into that general area. If you got the boat tied up at the lake, you may just want to give it and make sure those knots are extra tight and extra secure. Maybe throw an extra line out on the boat. But yeah, those storms are generally working through in the next hour or so. Yeah, I like the tracking tool. I can do a line track. When we have like tornadoes in specific areas, I can also do like the cone, and I can control the narrow width of that if it has a little bit less predictability. So yeah, it's a pretty useful tracking tool. Yeah, those storms are still pretty electrical across the East Coast. I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see. Well, there's still a warning out there east of Amarillo. 70-mile-an-hour wind, considerable threat. Also some flash flooding around the Clarendon, Texas area, Armstrong, and Donnelly counties. I think that was a newer warning. Let's fly all the way back to the East Coast. Let's see. Still, yes, this cluster of storms in northern, extreme northern Connecticut. Most of it is in Massachusetts, but it has about 400 lightning strikes just in that cluster alone. It's come down a little bit, though. Earlier had about 500 lightning strikes. So yeah, there's still a lot of lightning in this storm complex. And if I zoom out, the whole complex here that's severe warning has over 1,300 lightning strikes. So, and that is an issue. You have to pay attention to lightning, especially in the summertime when people are outside more. Lightning is a threat, whether it's a severe warning storm or not. Yeah, you can probably get some good lightning shots off to your northwest there in Connecticut. But I don't think most of Connecticut should stay storm free, aside for that area that's kind of in the severe warning right now. Oh, yeah, so you guys are in that severe warning, so pay attention to that next little while. What do we have a pace of this at? Also about east at 50. That puts it into Enfield in about 38 minutes or so. Same for like Windsor Locks, those type of areas. Springfield, Mass, about 35, 38 minutes or so. Quickly, the line segment's starting to break up, but there's a couple individual cells that are still a little feisty in there. Greenfield, Coleraine, and then this one kind of straddling the Connecticut-Massachusetts line. That one's generally headed for the Springfield area. All right, back to the west, taking a look at some of these storms. Severe warning, they have continued that through the Garden City area. And here's another storm that is outflow dominant. You can see that outflow boundary surging out. An interesting thing about the outflow boundaries is they show up here in correlation coefficient in this blue color. This shows us meteorological targets and non-meteorological targets. The meteorological targets are in the red, like this thunderstorm. But in the blue, those outflow boundaries pick up dust and leaves and bugs and stuff, especially at night. So it shows up as non-meteorological targets on that outflow boundary. And then, yeah, a couple different hail cores still in this storm, still being warned for some small hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. I think the winds are the primary threat. A couple pockets of damaging winds in there. Deerfield and then just north of Holcomb. That's out in west central Kansas. Highway 25. Most of the severe winds are east of 25 and then west of US Highway 83, north and west of Garden City. We've really lost most of those severe storms across the south. Still a strong storm. Looks like severe warning storm around Hot Springs Village. Fountain Lake, that's moving to the northwest. It's a little different storm motion there. But storms should continue to weaken across the south into the overnight hours. Some beneficial rain across this area. I believe we saw the other day this area is in a little bit of a drought. Yeah. Actually, yeah, some very beneficial rain here. These storms are in some areas in southern parts of Arkansas that are in actually an exceptional drought around Monticello, Greenville, Mississippi, Arkansas City. So there's a little pocket there of some pretty high drought. And then there's also another pocket of extreme drought. That's you can see up the top of the screen. It's a level 4 out of 5 on the drought across central Arkansas. Some of this moisture may be getting up that way. And if it stays mostly below severe limits, that's some beneficial rain. Yeah, Ellie, that is one thing. There's a lot of the Midwest has a lot of hazy skies from the fires out west. And yeah, it has made for some beautiful sunsets, but yeah, those fires continue out west. Still pretty strong. Let's see. I think we were looking at that at the very beginning of the stream tonight. We were looking at those. Let's see. Well, yeah, I guess we can't. Duh. I guess we can't look at those with the color. Maybe a little hard to see on this, but these pockets in here are the satellite picking up on fire. It's basically kind of infrared. It's picking up on the heat signatures from the fire. So it's kind of hard to see. They're fairly small, but if I zoom in, you can kind of see. These are fires out west, and they are producing a lot of smoke. There's a bunch also here in Colorado and into Utah. I'll just step the radar back, or not the radar, but the satellite back. Let me see if we have a little bit of it. There it is. This is before the sunset. You can see those fires. One around Flagstaff, one near the Gila National Forest. These are all not storms or clouds. These are smoke from fires, and it's all blowing off towards the east-northeast. There's more up here. These are all fires. And then you can see some of that kind of smoky haze across this area, like Nebraska, just before dark. Yeah, you can catch some of that haze in the Midwest. Most of that is haze is from the fires. There's also a little bit of Saharan dust. You can see a little bit of that also down across like Arkansas and stuff. Also some fire smoke there. But yeah, that's a lot of smoke from the fires. Yeah. Space vacuum, yeah. Yeah, I wonder if I can set that differently. I have extended that warning in Hot Springs, Arkansas. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. I don't think there's much hail in there. That's a pretty touristy area too. So definitely there's some lakes around Hot Springs. A lot of lightning with that little storm. So that's another storm that's pretty electrical. That even though not a lot of severe storms there, there's still a ton of lightning. So if you have the boat out this evening, it's time to tuck things away. Back into Wisconsin, we're still seeing these severe warning storms: Wilton, Norwalk, Kendall, New Lisbon, down to areas just north of the Dells. Seeing these pockets in here of 60 plus mile an hour winds, probably 60 to 65 mile an hour winds in this area around Wilton, and that's going to head towards the I-94 corridor. Oh, geez. Yeah, there's been quite a bit of flooding. What state is that, Ellie? If you don't mind me asking. Oh, Michigan? Jeez. Yeah, there's been a decent amount of rain, especially across northern Michigan. And I wouldn't be surprised if they issue more flood watches across this area because there's another round of storms. They do have the flood watch across northern portions of Wisconsin. I'm surprised they didn't continue that across this area because we may see more rounds of storms generally across this same area. Oh, wow, you're up north. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. So you have some storms around you potentially now. They have gone below severe limits, but yeah, it is going to be more rain for this area. New radar scan coming in, crossing the 127 corridor. Michigan 119. Yeah, I don't know exactly where that is. Milo, Rose City, Pioneer. Still some strong storms, but not super severe right now. The Weather Prediction Center does have a level 1 marginal risk for northern Michigan for excessive rainfall, and then a little bit of a break tomorrow, but then a day 3 excessive rainfall risk again. So yeah, northern Michigan still under the chance of more localized flash flooding. That's a beautiful area. Yeah, storms are right now all south of you. I feel like we saw some severe storms up here recently. But yeah, that area may get more storms next couple hours. The storms in Wisconsin, generally it pushes into northern Michigan. This is about 4 a.m. You may get another round of storms. Probably not quite as severe, but they may be weakening around then, but more rain. And then potentially another batch into northern Michigan by 7 or 8 a.m. back down towards Traverse City. Models have uptrended on some morning storms across central portions of Iowa, so that's something to keep your eye on if you're in central Iowa. In fact, some decent uptrending on some of these storms across Iowa overnight. 6 a.m., 7 a.m. across the I-35 corridor, potentially pushing into Des Moines around 7 or 8 a.m. Could be some stronger storms, mostly a damaging wind risk. If there is any severe weather in there, it'd be a damaging winds. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's rough. That's the problem also on this heat dome. There's so much instability. But this heat dome, this high pressure that's kind of centered somewhat in here, is pumping a ton of Gulf moisture up into these areas. So that's why there's these storms that are really far from the Gulf coast are still able to have some really high rainfall rates up in the northern portions of the U.S. So yeah, there's just so much humidity and moisture and instability that they are really efficient rainmakers. I just caught the ferry is going out on Lake Wisconsin. See the ferry leaving the dock there. I thought we might be seeing storms in this camera perspective by that now, but storms have been a little bit slow there in the upper Midwest. Montpelier, Vermont, about to get into on that severe weather. Middlesex, Northfield, Roxbury. Those severe storms are closing in on the Vermont capital, all the way up through Stowe, Vermont. And it's still a pretty solid line up in the northern portions of New England, from Waterville all the way down through Plymouth. And then things do break up into southern Vermont. Still some pretty strong storms, Brattleboro, and then into portions of, I guess, southwestern New Hampshire around Keene. That's a pretty strong storm still. We've lost the severe warning, though, around Greenfield in Massachusetts. And then also seeing storms continuing to weaken as they push into the Connecticut River Valley, the I-91 corridor. The flash flood warning, yeah, the most recent one, I think, was in Texas. Yeah, there's a couple flash flood warnings right now in Texas. One south of Fort Stockton from earlier storms. But this area doesn't take a lot to flood, and it generally gets storms this time of the year in summer. And then the current where it's still raining is this flash flood warning in the Texas Panhandle around Headley and Clarendon. Flash flood warning for 1 to 2 inches of rain already on the ground, and then an additional 1 to 3 inches more. 5 inches of rain in the Texas Panhandle is pretty serious flash flooding. Yeah, and it's still raining there. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning for considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds. This is one of our actually more severe areas right now in the country, with the considerable threat and the flash flooding. And that flash flood warning was for Donnelly County in Texas. And then the severe warning was for Armstrong and Donnelly counties. Yeah, you guys are getting a good storm in Hot Springs. We were just over there a few minutes ago, but it has continued. It's a pretty electrical little storm. If I zoom into the Hot Springs area, yeah, this Hot Springs area alone has about 800 lightning strikes. So it's going to be a loud storm. If you were trying to get some sleep, it's probably going to be waking you up. And it's moving from the southeast to the northwest. So it continues to work across the Hot Springs area. Yeah, working across Hot Springs. Actually, let's see if we can. I've used cameras in Hot Springs before, so we likely will have a view of this. And it's probably going to be a light show. Strangely, not seeing as much lightning as I thought we would, but this is also picking up lightning that's in the cloud, not just cloud to ground lightning. But let me adjust this camera, and we'll pull the hot spring camera just to have it up. I did not expect to have some Arkansas cameras up, so I did not have these preloaded like I normally kind of would. There's some lightning there. that should work. Let's tuck that back into the camera box and get it all nicely laid out. And there you go. There's Hot Springs, Arkansas. I did see a couple of flashes of lightning, but we'll keep an eye on that camera as that's working. Actually, that's why. This is up in Hot Springs Village, so this storm has already passed Hot Springs. We're not seeing as much lightning there. Yeah, it's north of Hot Springs. It's in Hot Springs Village. But you may get some more storms. There are another cluster, it's a loosely organized cluster of storms working up from southern portions of Arkansas. So that will work it through Hot Springs. Some beneficial rain across central Arkansas. But severe threat should be limited there. Yeah, no problem. Happy to help. Take a look at our other storm that's severe warned out here in Garden City. Still a severe warned storm, Deerfield, Holcomb, and then zooming in pretty tight. I don't see other communities, so pretty rural, pretty remote area, but it's going to be near Laken, moving east at 35. Yeah, Deerfield, Friend, and Holcomb are in the path of that storm. Although I do think the strongest part of that storm is going to be north of Garden City. And already the outflow boundary there, you can see the outflow boundary approaching areas around Piercefield, maybe some gusty winds. Not as much severe storm coverage right now as we expected based on the Storm Prediction Center and the model data. But this severe warned storm is approaching areas around Mauston, Wisconsin. It's through Camp Douglas and approaching areas especially north of Wisconsin Dells. Down here, Lake Delton and the Wisconsin Dells area in the bottom right of your screen. Some of the strongest winds may go just north of there from Mauston over towards Del Prairie, Easton. But we'll keep an eye on that one. Brayton, welcome. How are you doing today? Hope all is good there. Yeah, we have a lot of new viewers tonight from actually a lot of viewers from all over. We've had Connecticut, Massachusetts checking in, Arkansas, Texas, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan. So great to have everybody in the chat and watching. Even though there's not a ton of severe weather, it's widespread tonight. So if you're new here, like and subscribe. It helps the channel. It's free support and helps YouTube pick up our algorithm and send us out to more people, help get some life-saving weather information out. But yeah, right now, this is our more concentrated area of severe weather in the Northeast and New England. Hyde Park, Stowe, Montpelier. I want to see if we have any new storm reports out of these complexes of storms. They've been going for quite a while. A lot of this is going to be tree damage. Yeah, some trees down in New York. Trees down on wires. Troy, New York, multiple trees down earlier. Hawley, Massachusetts. Downed power lines. So, yeah. Seeing a lot of tree damage. Tree damage, though, does not mean it's crazy high winds. We can get tree damage, even non-severe winds, 40, 50 miles an hour, depending on the tree, depending on how old it is, depending on, severe storms working through yesterday. There's all kinds of factors that can cause trees to fall. But in general, seeing a lot of tree damage reports. Yeah, earlier as those storms were in western portions of New York, we had, I think our highest gust was about 56. We saw a lot of 40-mile-an-hour gusts in here, so I assume this line has similar 40 to 50 to 55-mile-an-hour gusts. But yeah, that can take down trees. Thank you. Hey, Disconnect, how's it going today? Mariah knows Disconnect. Yeah, Disconnect hangs around quite a few of the weather communities, I believe. Happy to have Disconnect back in the chat. Got a couple tornado warnings earlier, so that has kind of verified as kind of the model data showed earlier, more discrete cells transitioning into line segments and clusters. They just haven't they're just not super punchy right now. Yeah, doing fine. Happy to be here. 1st of July. Any Canadian viewers, happy Canada Day. It's Canada's July 4th today. It's their Independence Day, Canada Day. So hopefully everybody's doing fine there. Yeah, I do think the strongest part of this storm that's severe warned in central portions of Wisconsin is going to go north of the Dells. You may get some of that trailing gusty winds, though. Severe thunderstorm warning continues there for Vernon and Monroe counties. And that extends out another 10 minutes, and then we'll see what they do with this. So it goes until the top of the hour. But that storm has weakened maybe just a little bit since earlier. And yeah, this is that other cluster that I've been watching. It's come out of the areas in southeast Minnesota. It's going to push into areas a little further south, so Richland Center, Soldiers Grove. Keep an eye on this storm complex. It's had a little bit of a bowing feature at times. And that one may be more centerline towards the Dells. Yeah, happy Canada. Yeah, throw up some Canadian flags in there for our Canadian viewers. It is Buff and Puff. Yeah, it's July 1st already today. I almost forgot. I think I had some morning meetings today outside of the channel, and I think I almost wrote June 31st. The days have blended together so much recently with all the severe weather coverage that I was in my own little world this morning. Take a look at that storm. Still downtrending on near Garden City, but that is still a feisty storm. We've lost our other severe warnings across western Kansas. And then still keep an eye on this area in Texas around Clarendon, Howardwick, and Headley, west of Wellington, potentially up to about 5 inches of rain. So a flash flood warning continues there, and then also considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Those are pushing through around the Headley area now with the gustier winds.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
That was funny. Yeah, and this is what I was saying earlier for this cluster of storms. This cluster has not been as feisty, but it is training over the same areas from Appleton and areas around Green Bay back through Wisconsin Rapids, Babcock, Warrens. There's a ton of rain in this area, and these storms are efficient rainfall makers. So we may see more flash flood warnings come out of these areas. Flash flood warning for Calumet, Winnebago, Brown, and Outagamie County. Outagamie. Probably just completely destroyed that name, but northeastern Wisconsin. Looks like a couple of inches of rain have already fallen, and a couple inches more are possible. Flash flooding is already occurring there. Rainfall estimates are a little bit light on the model estimate. Yeah, there's a better estimate. Um, yeah, that's probably a better estimate of these rainfall rates in here and these rain portions. This area in Appleton could be in the 2.5 to 3 inches of rainfall already. So please turn around, don't drown. This area definitely susceptible for some heavy rain and more rain falling. And you can see there's just more clusters of storms back further to the west. So that's a dangerous situation there in central Wisconsin. Oh no, it got Sarah. Oh, I gotta update this bot sometimes. Storms are feisty, Sarah. So I'm sorry, Sarah. Sarah's one of our regulars, and the bot just got her. Um, yeah, don't forget to double tap the screen to like and subscribe, I think is what Sarah said. She said it in capitals, and the bot blocked her. Oh, man. I feel bad for that. Take a look at the Appleton area. I want to pull up some of the cameras in this area, see what we're looking at for some of that heavier rainfall. We've seen flash flooding in Wisconsin on our cameras before, so I'm curious to see what it looks like here. Most of that was in the Milwaukee area. Kristen, how's it going tonight? Oh, that's cool. That's a cool look. This is Rochester. That's a bridge. All right, here's our Wisconsin camera. And yeah, that's pretty rainy there. When the car lights hit, you can really see the heavy rainfall on the highway. This is in the flash flood warning. Yeah, like when those car lights hit, you can really see that flooding rainfall. So please turn around, don't drown. In the Appleton area, you're going to have more rounds of storms well into the evening. Yeah, Kristen is, I think, one of our OGs. She's been here for quite a while. Mariah, that's awesome. Getting paid before the holiday weekend. That's always a good way to get into the holiday weekend. Sheila, thank you. New subscriber from St. Louis. St. Louis is an area we have not covered a lot this year. It's one of the areas that we covered routinely last year. So I'm kind of happy we aren't covering St. Louis that much right now. You guys got hammered with storms last severe weather season. Griffin Lady, yes, thank you. Welcome, welcome from Minnesota. Depending on what part of Minnesota, your severe threat is either minimal or none, and then a lot higher towards the southern parts of Minnesota. For those areas that are quiet across northern and central Minnesota tonight, do watch out. There's a possibility of storms tomorrow. This is getting into the afternoon, and it'll increase into the evening. So more of Minnesota storm risk tomorrow. You can see, according to the model data, overnight, it's mostly going to be along and south of, about US 14. Most of the storms should be kind of along and south of 14. Fashionably late. No, Kristen, you're good. Yeah, Sarah, 47 tornadoes, I think in the St. Louis area alone. Okay, Griffin Lady, yeah, then you're going to be in and out of storms, looks like all night, pretty much. There's a possibility of storms. Although right now they are underperforming the model data. Our storm in central Wisconsin now labeled tornado possible tag. And yeah, rotation has picked up just a little bit in this storm. It's kind of a little broad area that's starting to organize a little bit right there east of New Lisbon. This is a new warning for Juneau and Adams counties in central Wisconsin. Still moving east at about 45 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour winds is still the main hazard, but a tornado is also possible now. And yeah, we haven't seen a lot of hail in these Wisconsin storms. A little area there on the northern side of the gust front. Our gust front kind of extends through the Mauston area. And this is an area that does get some inflow right in there. And just as we're diagramming that, tornado warning. So they've seen enough at the National Weather Service office out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. Tornado warning for Juneau and Adams County. There's your tornado warning there near Delwood. 7 miles northeast of Mauston or Mauston. I think I've seen that a couple different ways, but Friendship, Easton, Grand Marsh, and Adams are in that warning polygon. Yeah, rotation in there. It's in this little notch feature. And showing up also on spectrum width. This shows us chaotic winds. And the higher the brighter the color, the more chaotic and the faster the winds are moving around. So in obviously rotation, it's going to be all different directions, the chaotic wind speeds versus straight line winds, which would show up more in the gray colors. Yeah, that's right where our area of rotation is as well. It's just near High Ridge. Decently tight area of rotation. Checking correlation coefficient. I don't see anything on the ground there that screams tornado, but we'll continue to check the correlation coefficient. And then this was moving east at about 40 miles an hour. So we'll track that out. There you go. Tornado warning polygon there. I think this is only the third tornado warning we've had on the stream tonight, but a couple of tornado warnings were the one was observed earlier in Iowa, and then we had another one that had a wall cloud and a funnel cloud. So we've had a couple, even though we haven't had a lot of tornado warnings, we've had a couple that actually have had tornadic features with them. There's some of your morning times there. 11 minutes to Adams, 12 to Friendship, 12 to Easton, and then if it holds together, Harrisville along the I-39 corridor would be about 42 minutes. We'll see if it holds together. Thank you, Brayton. Yeah, I try. We were talking about that earlier. I do try to incorporate teaching into our science-based weather communications. I think that's been helpful, especially people that have storm anxiety. It's been helpful to kind of, anytime you have a fear, it can be helpful to get a sense of what's going on and gain knowledge in that fear. So I think that's helped some of our viewers with storm anxiety. And then we also have a lot of viewers that are also into weather, some young weather enthusiasts, and it's great learning experience to see radar data and to get kind of the background behind it. So yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Brayton. So yeah, there's our area of circulation. Winds in the green going towards the radar, winds in the red going away from the radar. And where those two come together, that's where we have that tornadic circulation. And it's in this little notch. That's where there's the inflow. And also this notch shows that there's outflow surging out on the southern flank of that circulation. It's broadened just a little bit in the last radar scan, but these sometimes do kind of pulse. They broaden and then tighten up and kind of go back and forth. So we'll see if this does attempt a tornado genesis in the next couple minutes. Brantley Weather says shelter in place warning in Minnesota. Must not be for weather, but I think I can turn that on if there actually is one. It may be a local law enforcement thing. Let's see. It can be for some other issues. Shelter in place warning. I don't see one active, but Turn everything off just in case. I don't see one listed, but if you got a shelter-in-place warning or some type of local emergency warning, I mean, heed those directions. Civil emergency. I'm trying to go through a bunch of different warnings we have access to. Nothing else is coming up, but yeah, I mean, if he's not spamming and there is a shelter-in-place warning, then definitely heed those local emergency warnings as well. Yeah, Sheila, I think that's a good way to do it too. So yeah, we have quite a mix of people in here. So if you're new, like and subscribe. We're on pretty frequently doing live streams, and I do post forecast videos, not usually daily. I try to wait and post forecast videos on big weather events and things like that. Not spam you guys on a daily with the mostly data that doesn't change that much from day to day. We do sometimes put out morning briefs for big weather days. Let's check. I want to see what. There it is. Reset a couple settings. I want to see what shear rate says. Shear rate does not pick up on this that well tonight. That's okay though. It has broadened. It has continued to broaden south of Friendship and west of Easton. It was a right call to get the warning. If I scan it back near High Ridge, you can see that increase in rotation picking up, and then they warned it. And see that also in the spectrum width. It got pretty hot there for a little bit. You can see it very much increased there in the last couple scans on spectrum width. Got the warning, and it's broadened out, and actually you can see that still on spectrum width. It went from a pretty bright ball here showing the chaotic winds in a fairly centralized location, and that has expanded into more of a shear line at the moment. So not as imminently tornadic. We've also kind of, our notch has kind of imploded on itself. So yeah, short-lived. We'll see if it can try and retighten here. Still seeing broad rotation. Grand Marsh to Easton. If you're in the warning polygon, continue to take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest level into your room. If you have a basement, storm shelter, that's your good options. But if no basement or storm shelter, that's okay. Just go to that interior room, hall closet, bathroom, pantry, something like that. Mid 60s in Alaska. Wow. Yeah, most people, I think, would like some 60-degree temperatures right now. Shelter in places in Owatonna. Decades apart. It was earlier. Did come across for the hail. Okay. So yeah, they may have issued a local warning. We were following a couple of these storms for some hail. Yeah, there was some small storms over there, so they may have issued a local shelter in place for some very localized severe weather, which I guess that's a good thing, being proactive as an emergency manager, trying to protect your community. Beans, yes, I haven't seen Beans in a while. Hope you're doing well, Beans. Brandon, welcome, welcome. It's Aguacero weather. I will send you the link. Where'd that go? Let me send that again. There it goes. Yeah, I'll send the link though too in the chat there. There it is, aguaceraweather.com or wx.com. If you're just getting into it, there's a great free version. It'll kind of get you the ropes. You can kind of play around with it, and then there's a variety of paid versions. So I always recommend any weather app, test it out. If they have the free version, test that out first. See how it fits your what you're doing with weather and your workflows and all that. And then, upgrade to the paid version when you get a chance. I have it a bit customized. I went in and customized quite a bit of it, so it may look a little different. I have a custom color table for the radar and did a bunch of map customizations and everything. But yeah, it's a really cool app. It's very powerful for data visualization, and the live radar is pretty responsive as well. This warning is still basically in here. It's south of Friendship. It's going to be kind of hugging the southern side of this warning polygon. Areas like Grand Marsh, you're more in line for this. Easton, it's pretty close to the Easton area in central Wisconsin, about to cross Wisconsin Highway 13. And yeah, pretty nasty storm still. Also getting close to I-39. We may have a camera out that way, so let me look and see. It's going to be north of the Dells. East of Malston. That's the one part of I-39 that appears to not have a lot of cameras on it. So we'll keep on our flash flood camera in the Appleton area. And yeah, still seeing the severe warning there for Appleton. Or not severe warning, the flash flood warning continues there for Appleton, potentially up to about 5 inches of rain. And more storms are on the way. So if you're in this area, Appleton, and even out areas south of Green Bay, south sides of Green Bay, I wouldn't be surprised if we get expanded flash flood warnings. Cruz, welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're getting a decent mix of regular and some new people in here as well. Yes, Kristen, please. Yeah, liking and subscribing is a great free way to support the channel. We can get this life-saving weather information out. If you're new here, we focus on science-based weather communications, no hype weather communications. I try to consciously avoid the clickbait, and yeah, it pays off in the long run. This is significantly less tornadic than it was a few minutes ago. Still seeing a little bit of rotation in there. We'll see if it can reorganize. Has a chance at reorganizing, but right now, still seeing kind of broad rotation. It's broad and weak near the Easton area. They've also extended a severe thunderstorm warning out east of there with a tornado possible tag, 60-mile-an-hour winds, some small hail. Oxford, Harrisville, Germania, and Neshkuro. Yeah. It's been picking up every day, pretty much, disconnect. I think the algorithm also does value consistency, so we've been extra consistent for a while now, so that pays off. And disconnect, I think I was saying earlier, I looked and I tried to do a little bit of assessment. I think for like the national streamers, we're somewhere in like the 3 or 4, maybe 5 for total viewers over the last month, but there's a big gap between 1 and 2 and then everybody else. So it's not a close race right now, but we're making inroads. We're getting there. They have warned one of those other storms in northern Michigan around Harrisville. It's in yeah, it's that storm that was a little feisty earlier, severe warned. it picked up again a few minutes ago. It has a little bit of a hail core in it near Guston and Lincoln. And then it's about to go into Harrisville, maybe just south of there on US 23. And then it'll head out over Lake Huron. But severe warning there in Michigan continues. Alcona and Iosco counties. You never heard of that county. And then this severe cluster of storms continues to weaken. It is still producing gusty winds. We had someone in the chat from Enfield earlier. Did you get any strong winds in Enfield in northern Connecticut near the Windsor Locks area? Let us know in the chat. But yeah, these storms are still severe warned in central portions of Massachusetts, Finchburg down to Worcester, Spencer, and then hugging the very northern border of Connecticut, and also now in extreme northwest portions of Rhode Island. And that's one of the feistier cells in here. Palmer down to Stafford Hollow. And then there's kind of another pocket up in here that has some punchier winds headed towards Finchburg. But they're warning the whole cluster still. And yeah, I haven't seen a lot of damaging wind reports out of here. There has been sporadic tree damage, but it doesn't take too strong a wind sometimes to fall trees. Yeah, disconnect. Yeah, you can probably guess who the 1 and 2 are. And they're not actually that far apart from each other. They trade off, I think, 1 and 2 like per stream. Sometimes they're almost 50-50 with the same amount of viewers. It's actually been I was talking to someone about this recently. It's been a fairly cool start to summer for some people, especially the Midwest. This is for the heat dome that we're having now for Kenai Rose is actually one of the first kind of big heat waves that we've had this summer. So yeah, that Alaska cool spring sounds pretty nice right now to a lot of people, but thank you, Sheila. Yeah. I mean, there's the great thing right now is there are quite a bit of weather streamers. I always recommend finding the reputable ones. And yeah, there's kind of a different style for everybody. So the style of 1 and 2 might fit a lot of people. I think though, personally, 1 and 2 are also 1 and 2 because the algorithm sends out their streams to a lot of people because they are kind of the original mainstream weather streamers. So the algorithm tends to kind of reinforce that. So hopefully, as us and a few other, other smaller but reputable weather streamers continue to grow, hopefully we can, show that there are some different styles out there and give people more options for the type of weather style communication that fits them. Still seeing that circulation in here, just north or east of Easton. Still kind of riding that warning polygon. And yeah, there's room for everybody. Yeah, Bam. That's also, I think, been the numbers on this channel have gone up generally since that. He was a pretty solid like third most popular, so that has opened the door a little bit more. I was not like jumping and cheering when I saw he decided to hang it up. I actually I thought he had a pretty good approach to it. At a lot of his community also had a lot of regulars that had storm anxiety, and he was very sensitive to that. So I think he did a really good job with that kind of similar communication, no hype communication, and pretty straightforward. So yeah, I wasn't super happy to see him hang it up, but I think it's definitely helped our channel grow a little bit. I'd like to pick up even a few more of his regulars, but in time. Yeah, and I always recommend, like Bam says there, you can have multiple streamers because even the bigger streamers, they're still, what kind of amounts to a small business. They have some teams around them, but we don't have like 70 people teams or like, it's not like the Weather Channel or some of the bigger media organizations. So, you know, it's good to follow multiple streamers because we may be on for some things that they're not on for, and they may be on for some things that we're not on for. And yeah, just make sure you follow the reputable ones. And yeah, people can debate whether they have, whether whose weather streamer is the favorite style or what the right style is, but at least the 1 and 2 that we're talking about are reputable streamers, and they are very knowledgeable. They've been doing it for quite a while. They're the OGs, so you can give them a lot of credit for really showing that this is a capable format. They have a ton of credibility for that. Yeah, proof of concept. They were in the Wild West and did it when no one else was. So there's a lot of good credibility there. Yeah, consistency is important, and consistency, professionalism. I do think that's all important. They've also extended that warning Bancroft to Blaine, Wild Rose, Central Wisconsin. Still seeing this cluster of storms.
New information. This flash
oh
flood
boy.
warning has been upgraded.
And our Appleton flash flood warning is now up to a considerable threat. So we have law enforcement that reported flash flooding. Yeah, 2 to 2.5 inches of rain. Additional 1 to 2 inches more. That may be a little light. It may even be like 2 to 3 inches more. So law enforcement reported flash flooding. Let me zoom out and make sure everybody else is okay. Wow, this was a swing and a miss. I will tell you that. Yeah, this area in Nebraska, the cap must have just held. Those storms never really got going. This was a severe thunderstorm watch that was a fairly high-end watch. It was going to go till 2 a.m. for tornadoes, for large hail to like apple size, I think, and significant wind gusts like 75 mile an hour plus. And they've dropped that whole watch. So, wow. That's a bit of a swing and a miss. It was not a PDS or anything, but it was a fairly strongly worded severe thunderstorm watch. I probably do, Ken I Rose, I probably do talk pretty fast if I get excited or if there's some really crazy weather phenomenon going on, or I may get a little too sciencey sometimes. I have to work on simplifying it. I'm trying to consciously work on simplifying my answers, but yeah, there's a style for everyone. Bam, are you Canadian? I should give credit to him too. Yeah, the Insta Weather. I forget his name. I'm blanking on it, but yes, he does excellent coverage for Canada. And I have not used his app personally, but the Insta Weather app seems to be very solid for Canada. Yeah, and they've been doing it for a while. Thank you, Disconnect. Yeah, that's the goal. Trying to keep injecting little bits of science in it. So we'll continue to see this tornado warning. It looks like they're just going to let likely the storm work out of the tornado warning. It expires in 7 minutes. Continue it with this tornado possible tag. And that is going to cross I-39. So if you have travel plans, this is on I-39 in central Wisconsin, north of Portage. Dangerous storm. It's still a dangerous storm with gusty winds, potential tornado. It has weakened that area of rotation, but we'll see. It can try again. It could retighten. And it is kind of in a favorable environment if it does want to try and tighten up a new area of rotation. You can see there's no cells to the south of this. So this has uncontaminated access to warm and moist inflow. If it does want to continue to rotate, it could. We'll keep an eye on that storm. Yeah, I'm waiting to I'm waiting to see if we get Canadian radar on Aguacero. We do not have it yet, but I don't know. I haven't talked to the Aguacero people about it. I assume it may be coming at some point because everything is like set up on Aguacero. I can go to Canada and I have a full roadmap, full information. I just don't have the radar. I can get radar, and we've covered a little bit of Canada, especially across southern portions of Ontario, because we have decent radar coverage from the U.S. radars. And as we said earlier, happy Canada Day to any of our Canadian viewers. Yeah, still seeing storms breaking apart across the Worcester area. Some of this storm energy will get into the western suburbs of Boston, Framingham, Milford, Grafton, Westford. Some of the stronger storms are not in the warning polygon, just north and east of Hartford, Connecticut. A little bit of a feistier storm right there. Decent amount of lightning with it. And then we've also lost our warnings across Vermont and New Hampshire. So those storms continue to weaken as they push into the now the coastal areas of New England. I did want to check. We had some people watching from Arkansas earlier. Looks like most of those storms have weakened below severe limits right now. Still a nasty cluster of storms, a lot of lightning. Hot Springs Village, Fountain Lake, down towards Malvern, into central Arkansas. As we looked at earlier, though, portions of central Arkansas are under a critical drought, so some beneficial rain there across central Arkansas. And then doing a little bit of a radar tour here at about 11:25 at night. We lost our severe warnings, but still a flash flood warning continues there in the Texas Panhandle around Clarendon and Headley. A couple inches of rainfall, and a couple inches doesn't sound like a lot, but in a semi-arid environment of the Texas Panhandle, that does do a lot. So turn around, don't drown out there in the Texas Panhandle. Yes, happy Canada Day to everybody. Disconnect, yes. Still seeing rotation in there. A little bit in here near Grand Marsh. But that has continued to weaken. Lawrence, Harrisville, Oxford. You guys are up next for that storm. It's in a slight radar hole. A little bit far from each radar, but not the worst radar hole that we've seen. But not getting as good of radar data on those winds in there.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
As I suspected, I think we're going to see a decent corridor of flash flood warnings expand. This stretch right here is really susceptible for flash flood warnings. We've had a lot of heavy rain all evening, more heavy rain, and as these storms have gone severe, they're going to continue to really pump those rainfall totals. And then there's still more rainfall back across portions of eastern Minnesota that's going to come through. So yeah, rounds of heavy rainfall. We'll see the flash flood warnings expand. There's some decent places disconnect in the US that you can get some good poutine, but yeah, it doesn't seem quite as the same as the poutine you get in Canada. That new flash flood warning was Portage, Washawa, probably saying that wrong, Wood, and Wapaka counties in northeastern and north central Wisconsin. Sorry if that was one of your county. I pretty much probably got that totally wrong. We'll see if this organizes. There's another cluster of storms, kind of not really organized, but just a loose batch of storms pushing across southern portions of Minnesota. Oh, that's interesting. I wouldn't have guessed that, but yeah. Albertsons is like a big chain too. I wouldn't have guessed that they would have had that. yeah, still seeing weak rotation in here, just south of Grand Marsh. I think I saw Boise had a severe storm earlier today, if thinking of the right location. But yeah, there was, I think, a couple stronger storms out in the Intermountain West this afternoon. As this pushes to the east, we'll get into a slightly slightly better radar coverage. But yeah, right now the storm is kind of in one of the worst radar holes in Wisconsin, I think, right now, outside of like northern Wisconsin. This was a area that had a note by the Storm Prediction Center about an hour ago, a potentially favorable corridor for damaging winds in the near term. And yeah, kind of highlighting this storm that's hanging out below the boundary of the storms that are lifting to the north. Let's see, just seeing if there's any updates from the Storm Prediction Center. There is. It was just loaded on your screen too. We are getting a new severe thunderstorm watch. Covers portions of Wisconsin here. That goes until 5 a.m. as well. So they are expecting still strong to severe storms overnight. Still continuing here across Wisconsin.
A new flash flood warning has been
issued. I think we're going to see flash flood warnings continue to expand. All right. Yeah, that's new watch until 5 a.m. for portions of Wisconsin. That includes Lake Adelton, Columbus, West Bend, just north of Milwaukee, Sheboygan and Manitowoc, also Oshkosh and Fond du Lac. Includes a couple of tornadoes are possible, isolated hail up to quarters, and scattered wind gusts up to 70 mile an hour possible. So it's not the highest end severe watch, but still, if you live in this area, make sure you have a plan of action overnight. Ways to get weather warnings, and yeah, NOAA weather radio is your best option. It's the most reliable. But if you don't have a NOAA weather radio, you can go to sleep with pretty good comfort tonight. Just make sure your phone alert is turned on your phone. Double check, make sure those emergency alerts are turned on, and that your phone is on, loud, and or what's the word? The volume on your phone is on, and it's not in like silent mode or something. And that does a good job. Should wake you up. The NOAA weather radios will definitely wake you up, but I know some of them can be pretty pricey sometimes. Still seeing the rain come down. This is a camera out of the Appleton, Wisconsin area under the considerable threat flash flooding. And again, this was law enforcement reported flash flooding across the Appleton area. So continue to heed those warnings. It looks like the highways look okay in this area. And yeah, that generally is a lot of times the case. The highway is a little elevated, better drainage, but as soon as you get off onto the side roads, you really got to watch. Turning around, don't drown, and out into the rural areas outside of Appleton. Same for this area, Lake Camelot, Big Flats, Plainfield, Bancroft, Blaine, and Wild Rose. Flash flood warning continues there till 2:30 in the morning. Hey, it's Vince. Welcome, Vince. Happy to see you on here. Yeah, that is awesome. I mean, not better. We were talking about this earlier. I don't know if Vince was hanging out while we were talking about that, Vince, but not better, just different style. There's a different style for everyone. That's what I was saying earlier. But I think I don't know, we're somewhere, I think, in the 3 or 4 for viewers over the last month. But so I'm happy to be making a little push towards them. And Vince, shoot me a DM or a message sometime because I definitely want to connect with you. I think I've sent you an email and I have not gotten a response, but I know you've been busy out in the field. I love Vince too, so I definitely want to reach out to him at some point here. Not trying to call you out, but yeah, I definitely would like to talk to Vince sometime off camera. Yeah, let's take a look at that Wisconsin storm again. It's not really the hook that we were following. Yeah, it kind of is. It's more of a shear line at the moment. It's not really rotating. So even though it does have a little hook, it's not rotating right now. Yeah, no problem. I know you've been crazy busy, but I definitely let's connect some other time. No problem at all. You're totally good. I'm not trying to call you out or anything. But yeah, I definitely while I have the opportunity, I want to introduce myself. We'll keep an eye on this though. It could easily spin back up. It's in a somewhat favorable environment. But it's that hook is a little more outflow driven right now. It seems like that's been the MO for the storms today. The ones that have had rotation have only had kind of brief rotation and then they've either gusted out or had their mesos collapse. We have not had like a very long sustaining mesocyclone that's able to produce tornado after tornado today. No, you're good, Vince. I feel bad I even called you out now. But no, you're totally good. Vince does some amazing Storm Chaser work. If you're new here and you like weather, check out Storm Chaser Vince there. And I think you can probably just click in the chat there and it'll take you to his profile and give him a like and subscribe too. That's kind of our strongest storm right now in Wisconsin is that storm. It's kind of just along the southern end of this rain-cooled boundary. That is something the Storm Prediction Center is watching for favorable severe weather still. And then, yeah, that corridor just a bit above there, really concerned for the flash flood risk. Let's take a look back further, and I do want to see, we've had some storms that are still continuing across western Kansas. Those are not severe, but a couple of those have actually increased in intensity in the last little bit, so we'll keep an eye on those. There's nothing going on. Yeah, nothing really got going where the models showed explosive storm development, where it looked like the Storm Prediction Center was expecting it. And yeah, I guess the cap must have held there because those storms just could not fire. So this has shifted our severe weather focus into very quickly into kind of a centralized area in central Wisconsin, especially since our storms are continuing to diminish out in the eastern time zone. Still some feistier storms, potentially in little pockets. This one here may be one of the stronger storms in the Northeast right now, just north of Hartford. And they have canceled that severe warning west of the Boston area. So you might get a little brief cool down if you're in Boston and certainly those western suburbs. Canada Day looks like it's a little drier right now. Hopefully everybody's behaving themselves for Canada Day, but storms earlier across Canada, but I think those worked through before some of those Canada Day festivities. More storms up in the northern portions north of Lake Huron. This is into cottage country in Canada. This is a very popular with a lot of the areas around the Toronto area. A lot of people leave Toronto, especially on holiday weekends. They have lake cottages and country cottages out here. So this area grows in population in the summertime, especially in July. Yeah, it can be sometimes hard to track down some people from Toronto in July because they just spend it all in cottage country. You do have some stronger storms working in off the lake. Perry Sound, Huntsville, Bracebridge. I'm not even going to try that name. I just out of respect to whoever lives there, I do not want to try that name. Whitefish Falls, those areas there south and east of that.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah. Paul, that's about right. Yes. Yeah, Vince definitely keeps it real. There are some other chasers, and yeah, like if it's a little bit of scud, they're just screaming like massive wedge, violent tornado, and like no, Vince definitely keeps it real. He also has a great science mission. He's probably launched more weather balloons than the state of Montana this week. So yeah, he is an excellent guy to follow. If you like weather, you like science, give Storm Chaser Vince a follow. I mean, disconnect. I mean, he's kind of an OG too, so I can't bash Timmer. And he does have a science mission, so Timmer does have a real legit science mission too. So that is a good thing there. Yeah, I was I was gonna say that, Bam, but I held back. Not everybody from Toronto is up in cottage country for the entire July, but anyone kind of well-to-do in the GTA, you're not going to find them in Toronto for a month and a half. Yeah, he does do the live deployment of weather balloons. If you're into the science side of thing, it's a great channel. They have added that. What they do? They trimmed the warning. Yeah, they trimmed the warning off the north or the southern side of that around Endeavor. That's a smart idea. It's nice to see a weather service office that's trimming warnings and being proactive. You may get some gustier winds down here with this little gust front, but you're outside of that severe risk. They have also canceled that tornado possible tag, and I agree with that. It's not imminently tornadic. As someone mentioned, it still has this little hook feature, but that's more just kind of the outflow. And you can tell it's really not that tornadic because this hook feature is very flat right now, too. We're not seeing it really funnel the inflow. Generally, if we were expecting tornado genesis, we would start to see this little RFD surge out a little bit, help funnel that inflow in there. And we're not seeing that at the moment. So generally, if we have this really flat hook, it's not really a hook even. It's just kind of a little appendage. They are filling in some more warnings there. Gust to 60, some small hail. This one not even being warned for hail, and I agree with that one. That's that county that I destroyed their name earlier, so yeah, there's not much hail in it. So if you are in Wisconsin, at least it's more of a wind event at the moment. That's going to push towards Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Some areas there are getting some rain, and unfortunately, this batch of strong to severe storms is also pushing into the area the considerable threat flash flooding. And that's why earlier I mentioned it calls for about 5 inches of rain total. With 2 to 2.5 inches already, 1 to 2 inches more. Depending on how efficient this is of rainfall, this could be not just 1 to 2 inches more. This could be like 2 to 3 inches more. There's a decent amount of rainfall in this cluster of storms. So if you need to, seek high ground now in the Appleton area. If you are in an area that you know has flooded, I would seek higher ground now before it gets worse. One of the biggest dangers of flash flooding is people wait too long to seek high ground. And I think some of that is just human nature. People will try and see the tornado before they hide in the basement. And you're not supposed to do that too. You're supposed to go to the basement as soon as the warning is issued. But it's human nature. You kind of want to see the risk. The problem is A lot of people that maybe try and see the tornado before they hide in the basement, you can still dive into the basement and still survive the tornado. The problem is if you wait until the water comes up, a lot of times once that water is already up, it is way too late for evacuations to get to higher ground, all that sort of stuff. So flash flooding is really dangerous to wait. You have to be proactive in a flash flood warning. Paul, I'm not here bashing people. I'm not. I'm really not. And just like we were talking about the streamers earlier, there are different styles of chasers, and different styles of chasers suit different viewers. So everybody has a flavor. That's totally fine. Zooming out just a little bit here. Thank you, Braden. Braden, you've been on a few times the last couple nights. I hope you're a subscriber. I hope you click that subscribe button, because yeah, you've been on a couple times now. Mariah, yeah. Oh boy, I think they have to be some of the winners of the chasers. Like last year, I feel like every significant tornado or significant weather event, I feel like they had images of those. Like I don't know how they put so many uh, miles on their vehicle. They were pretty much in like every major severe event last year. This has quickly become even less tornadic. Um, we are still a ways away from the radar, but really not seeing any changes of wind in there. Oh yeah, we're getting slightly better radar data, getting closer to the um, Green Bay radar. I keep zooming in and out just to check and make sure we're not just focused in on that one storm, but apparently we are. The other flash flood warning that we just got was a flash flood warning across that Hot Springs area, Garland and Saline counties in central Arkansas. So that's another area that has had a few inches of rain, an additional couple inches more. Another area that also has challenging terrain. There's a lot of hills in there. There's hollers. There's very steep little valleys. So that's another area you want to turn around, don't drown. And that's an area around the hot springs that gets a lot of tourism this time of year. It's another area that has lake cottages and things. So there may be some people that don't live here year round, that don't know the terrain or the challenging conditions. So that's an area that if you're in this area, you definitely want to heed any warnings and local evacuations and road closures and all that too. Oh, I did not see that, Mariah. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine because they put a ton of miles on that. Oops, that went really quickly. Where is this? That zoomed in really quick. Sorry about that. Eastern Montana. We got a couple warnings out of Montana this evening. Circle and areas there north of Jordan. 60-mile-an-hour gusts in there. Maybe some small hail. Yeah, we've had a couple severe storms earlier today across the Intermountain West. Looks like there's another cluster kind of working up. Maybe getting towards Williston. We'll see if that gets into some more populated areas in northeast portions of Montana. Kind of an isolated cluster there. Let's check the model data, even though it hasn't been the most reliable tonight. I'll be honest with you on that one. But I do want to see kind of what the new models are thinking. So yeah, even the new model data has backed off on developing northeastern portions of Nebraska. Still keeps a couple storms there in Kansas longer than models did earlier. But it's still, again, this is going to be an on and off severe risk overnight, but also potential isolated flash flooding overnight. There's going to be pockets of heavier rain, of storms and storm clusters. This is about 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. Yeah, flash flooding could end up being the news story of this event, because if you look at where this current watch is, you can see by 2, 3 a.m. there's just more storms funneling through there. And same for 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. Could be a rough night across Wisconsin. So we've talked about all of the severe weather, but if not, even if you're in one of these flash flood warnings, if you're anywhere kind of in this area and you know your house floods or you've had flash flooding before, you may want to think about that now before you go to bed. Not trying to scare anyone, and but that is a situation that we do have to kind of think about here. If we're going to get rounds of storms until 7 or 8 in the morning, like some of this model data indicates. And then also more storms tomorrow. This model goes out to 4 p.m. tomorrow. There could be more storms in that same area. So like and subscribe, because I think we're going to be right back here tomorrow afternoon and evening in these same areas. Still watching strong storms. The wind gusts pick up on the leading edge of this. It's basically parallel to Highway 21, approaching Oshkosh, Wisconsin. I haven't looked in a while, and I just want to double check the speed here. Still moving east at about 45 miles an hour. So let's break out that tracking tool and track out the leading edge of this. Some of those gustier winds at about 45. Brings it into Oshkosh, Wisconsin in about 27 minutes. That's along the more populated Highway 41 corridor. So it gets into some populated areas, eastern Wisconsin. Right now, not a giant tornado threat. It's not imminently tornadic. It's and not even really seeing a lot of signatures of considerable threat winds like we saw yesterday on our stream. It's mostly a general severe thunderstorm with 60-mile-an-hour gusts and a lot of heavy rainfall. Ignore that. Yeah, so that's continuing to work towards the east. Appleton, Sherwood, Stockbridge, Oshkosh, eventually over towards Manitowoc. I don't think the storm is going to slow down. It's likely just going to continue across Wisconsin the next couple hours. Good night, Ken I Rose. I maybe missed you. You might be gone already, but yeah, definitely tune in for the next one. They were great in the chat tonight. From Alaska, too. That might be first person in the chat we've had from Alaska. Oh, fluid issue for the brace and page issue. Yeah, that makes sense. Hopefully they can get that repaired and then get back on the road. Chasing with Edgar would be fun. He did an interesting video, I think on YouTube. Was it like last summer? He did a video tent camping in a tornado-warned storm. Would not recommend that, but yeah, that was a interesting YouTube video he had. There may be some more storms that are strong to severe, potentially across Michigan. We'll keep an eye on this little batch that's approaching Traverse City in a little while. Maybe even a little pocket of hail in this storm. Yeah, kind of right in there. That's going to head towards Frankfurt and Beulah. Keep an eye on that one. Good news for this storm and its tornadic history, where it had the brief tornado warning. There is an outflow boundary in here for most of this storm complex. So as long as this storm is kind of behind this outflow boundary, this is going to stay non-tornadic. I mean, science. There's always a small chance of something crazy, but 99.9% of the time, if it's an outflow dominant storm, you can't really get the tornadic circulation because the outflow blocks all the inflow. It's like a defensive line or in football or something like that. It just completely cuts it off. Where you can get sometimes rotation is where that outflow boundary connects into the storm. So it'd be somewhere up in here. Not saying there is any rotation in there right now. There's really not, but that is an area that you can get some tornadic development. But right now, this storm cluster looks severe, but not tornadic. So some good news there for central Wisconsin. And without the tornado warning right now, I'm going to get up, stretch my legs, grab a refill on the drink. But I'll be here. I'm just going to be slightly off camera for about 5 minutes or so. And I appreciate everyone joining us tonight. We'll continue to cover the severe weather across Wisconsin and also the flash flood risk across Wisconsin. And yeah, things are dying down elsewhere, but if we have any other severe warnings, we'll continue those tonight. And I am interested to see if we get any more significant development here in the next little while. It's about close to midnight in the central time zone. We'll see if anything develops back in this watch area in northern Iowa as well. So I'll be right back. I just want to refill the drink and everything. Okay, welcome back. Took a minute longer. I actually took my contacts out too. Yeah, getting a little late, so taking the contacts out. For anyone that was on earlier, I think we've had some people on for quite a bit of the stream. Checked on our pup. He's doing okay. He got a bee sting and was not well the last couple days, but we got him some medicine, and I got some medicine for him, and he's doing a lot better. A little bit out of it still, but I think that's more the meds. But yeah. So I checked on him. He's doing okay. He's passed out snoring. So, all right. Sounds good, Mariah. Hope you have a great evening. Good night, Brayton. Thanks again for joining us. Losing some of our earlier viewers. And did I hear a tornado warning as I was sitting back down? I don't know. Let me check. No, I guess I did not. Okay. All right. Since it is 12 o'clock, I do want to double check and make sure we have everything here from the Storm Prediction Center. They usually send out updates fairly periodically. And I just want to check in that. Okay, yeah, no new tornado warnings, so we're good there. And yeah, the latest Storm Prediction Center update was that new watch for central Wisconsin. So, okay, I didn't miss anything. A lot of times, as soon as any of the streamers on YouTube, any of the weather streamers, as soon as we step away for like 2 seconds, things change dramatically. So it's always nice to come back to the screen and everything's pretty much where it was. Let's jump away from the reflectivity on the radar for a second. And I do want to look at the storm totals. Yeah, there is a heavy swath of storm totals in here. 2 to 3 inches of rain already, a couple inches more possible. And yeah, some of these areas in here around Plainfield, potentially about 4 inches of rain over towards Dopp and Lake Camelot, Wisconsin. And yeah, still seeing that rainfall totals build up around the Appleton area, Fox Crossing, roughly about 3.8 inches of rain, 3.6 just south of Appleton. So these are areas there that have considerable threat, flash flooding. Law enforcement has reported flash flooding in those areas. So yeah, I'm increasingly concerned about the flash flood risk across these areas. Some other pockets out here east of Green Bay also showing potentially some 3 to 4 inch totals of rainfall. So I do think there's a chance that we get some increase in the flash flood warnings. Closer in, even towards La Crosse, some of these areas picking up 2 to 3 inches rain. Sparta, Norwalk, Westby. Yeah. Flash flooding could be a continued risk here overnight because we still have these storms that are back building back towards Albert Lee, Minnesota. We are starting to see some storms go up here that are a little stronger than they were earlier. That was an area that the model data hinted at another complex of thunderstorms developing around the Albert Lee area, southern Minnesota, northern Iowa. So the fact that we're starting to see some development there makes me think that the model is kind of hinting at something. Let's see. Hot Springs. We have cameras all over. There is our cameras out of Albert Lee, and the lightning has really intensified there the last few minutes. Yeah, This is an area that I didn't realize until we covered some severe weather earlier this spring right there. A little bit of a radar hole as they get into southern portions of Minnesota and areas around like Mason City. It's even worse. Northern Iowa has a little bit of a radar hole, an area that gets severe weather, and it's one of the more annoying ones. But yes, wind is picking up in those storms. Heavy rainfall. They're pushing now east of Albert Lea, but let's see. In the last half hour, we've gone from about 70 lightning strikes in this cluster of storms to now close to 400 lightning strikes. So lightning strikes are a proxy for severe storms. Generally, the stronger the storm, the more lightning. And as a proxy for severe storms, that has increased significantly. Pockets of wind also significantly increasing. And the storm is also pushing about 49,000 feet. Like at times, it's even been a little higher than that. So yeah, the storm profile is also expanding there near Albert Lea. Yeah, it's a pretty big jump in lightning. So that makes me kind of concerned that that area might be our next area to watch for some severe activity. And yeah, you can see it on the camera too. There's a decent amount of flashing. All right, that severe storm is pushing through the Oshkosh area now. Let's see if we have any new storm reports. I haven't checked those in a little while. Let me filter this. Some of these areas have also had storms earlier today. If I filter it back out, you can see portions of central Wisconsin had some hail earlier, 2.5, 2.25 inches in diameter. So there was some strong storms earlier in the first round. That was over 12 hours ago. This second batch of storms, not seeing a ton of storm reports. That's interesting, actually. That's very interesting. Haven't seen any really new storm reports other than some power lines down in Ontario, Wisconsin, in Vernon County. And then we also had that tornado report, storm chaser video of a brief tornado that was back in that tornado warned area near Stacyville. But yeah, I was expecting to see at least some reported wind gusts in here, and interesting. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be as I think the flood risk may be a little higher than it was previously kind of indicated. So that I think has maybe increased a little bit, the flash flood risk. The overall severe risk has maybe diminished just a little bit. And I don't know if we're going to get much of the all hazards severe risk. Maybe kind of transitioning more of a wind risk. There is our still enhanced risk for the evening. I don't know if you saw this, Caleb. I think I mentioned it earlier, but they did earlier today. They did back off the CIG 1 level hatching, so they already had backed off at 8 o'clock of the potential for strong tornadoes, but there is still tornado risk in here. The wind risk they've kept pretty high, and they've nudged it a little bit closer towards Chicago. So there's still wind risk overnight with any clusters that develop out here. They're going to continue to move across Wisconsin overnight. And yeah, they have nudged that a little further south. So damaging winds definitely a potential. The hail risk, I don't know if there's much hail risk in here anymore, but the Storm Prediction Center says there is, but I think it's mostly going to be a wind risk, especially in Wisconsin. I think it's mostly wind, maybe some line embedded tornadoes. Out here, there's still, I think, a potential for some hail, especially as those storms initiate and are maybe semi-discrete, or like that storm near Albert Lee, kind of a little cluster, multi-cell cluster. Those can still have some pretty tall updrafts and support that larger hail. So yeah, in general, they still are keeping the risk pretty close to how it was. Unfortunately, out west, we've talked about this a little bit on the stream too. Unfortunately, out west, more fire risk. Tomorrow, more critical fire risk across the Four Corners region. So that's not good to see. Areas that have already had a lot of fires going. All right, turn all our layers back on, and let's dive into these storms a little more. Oh, let's see. Brayton. Yeah, have a good night, Brayton. Caleb, yeah. Yeah. They've made some changes to the risk area. Still watching this cluster of storms. This is about to pool into areas around Traverse City, one of the more populated areas in northern lower peninsula of Michigan. May have some gustier winds in it as it gets offshore. Yeah, there's a pocket in here potentially. Are we getting radar data? Yeah. There's probably some 40 to 50 to maybe even 60-mile-an-hour gusts in this little area. We'll have to see what it looks like when it gets on shore, because there is less friction over water, so that does increase that wind. But there could be some windy storms coming towards Frankfurt, Beulah, Honor, Empire, and Glen Arbor in the northern northwest portions of lower Michigan. I'm wondering if we'll see more storm reports as these storms push through Oshkosh and some of these more populated areas along the 41 corridor. You might get some more storm reports. It'd be nice to kind of verify this data and see if there's actually 60-mile-an-hour wind in here. Otherwise, yeah, it's still radar indicated by the storm, by the National Weather Service office. Green Bay? Yeah, Green Bay's office. Another batch of storms that's trended up a little bit in the last couple minutes. Some pockets in there, some gusts to maybe 50, 55. Kind of a borderline severe storm. Pushing through Reedstown, Soldiers Grove, Lafarge, and then eventually towards Rockbridge. We'll keep an eye on that section. Yeah, it's a little more organized than it was just a few minutes ago. It was kind of a loosely organized cluster. Now it's a little bit more pronounced. Not really having we don't see like a bulge. It's not really surging out, but yeah, there is some gustier wind in there. The other thing I'll look at, since we are looking at some radar data and stuff, still from Wisconsin, we still have a ton of severe storms possible tomorrow in a very wide area. There's going to be a couple different clusters of storms, it appears like, based on the model data. So yeah, tomorrow's going to be an interesting day. And they do have a wide area with a very low, but a wide area of 2% tornado risk. That's 2% within 25 miles of a location. So, yeah, so I don't know. For general public, for people that aren't interested in weather, I assume most of the people watching are interested in weather, at least in some capacity. But for just random people that maybe just watching the news or in see weather, communicating this risk is a little tricky sometimes because you think 2% and someone's like, 2%? But it's 2% within 25 miles. So it is a probability based system. The wind risk is fairly high tomorrow. You can see the hatching there, so we could get some more wind, 65, 75 plus. And hail, yeah, the hail kind of follows that big banana shape as well. So hail and wind, the primary factors. We could get an isolated tornado or two. And we'll see. We'll get a new day one update here in the next 40 minutes or so. So we'll see those changes that the Storm Prediction Center makes. Yeah. Yeah, there was some big hail in there earlier today. Yeah, there's that swath kind of cutting across from Richland Center to Sheboygan. Two and a quarter, two and a quarter. Some of these areas, yeah, have gotten hammered with hail. And then two and a quarter around Sheboygan. Hopefully the tarps are on those roofs because it is going to get rainy and stormy. At least the second batch is not a big hail threat. They have added a warning polygon across this area south of Oshkosh. Areas around Fond du Lac. Severe thunderstorm warning there. You're probably getting some of those gusts right now. The gust front is gusted out of that southern flank of the storm. Right now, that storm is kind of centered in Calumet and Winnebago counties. It's pretty much center of that warning. I do want to kind of retrack this and see if we get some other communities in the path of this. I'm taking it out kind of on the leading edge where this little outflow boundary is. So that'll be kind of the leading edge of the gustier winds. And at 45 miles an hour, it should get to the lakeshore in the next little while. Fond du Lac, about a minute. That's from the outflow boundary. The rain and storms are tucked back a little further at that point. Potter, 13 minutes. Heel, 20. The I-43 corridor, Manitowoc, about 40 minutes from now. And if it does get towards Sheboygan, it'd be about 43 minutes as well. Chilton, Wisconsin, about 11 minutes. Reedsville, 23. Whitelaw, 31. And Maribel, about 31 as well. So next 45 minutes or so, it should be to the lakeshore. Yeah, and just the other thing to remember though is these kind of mesoscale days, these ridge riding convective days where some of the convection depends on some of the day before's outflow boundaries and things like that. The models don't do a great job at highlighting that sometimes. So yeah, if you see a complex of storms in your area, just know it's a very general guess of where it is. But yeah, this model data goes out to about 4 o'clock, and it shows around 4 o'clock we may start to see some development, especially across South Dakota, and then we may have ongoing storms by 4 o'clock across the Mississippi Valley. Storms may start there, according to this model, potentially lunchtime or just after that. We may get a few strong storms there. Keep an eye on this area for a little more severe threat tomorrow, if that continues to be a trend. Again, we're doing more nowcasting. This isn't an extensive forecast. If I really wanted to look at this, I would look at different models, multiple model runs, and just try and get a sense of things. I'm just looking kind of at one model at a time here, but yeah, it kind of shows it to be a kind of a messy day tomorrow. But yeah, these storms actually may go up on kind of the outflow from the storms we're dealing with now, and this whole boundary right in here kind of lays across the same area. Then in the morning and afternoon, you get heating differential building up there. You get a kind of a rain cooled boundary, almost acts as like a little front right in there. You get moisture instability kind of pooling against that boundary, and then a little bit of convergence, and you get storms. So that may be kind of the spark there. So that's a plausible outcome by the model. It doesn't mean it's going to be correct, but it's a plausible outcome. It's about that model shows at about 2 o'clock around Austin, Minnesota, pushing towards Rochester. So if you're in southern Minnesota tomorrow, tomorrow afternoon, things could get pretty feisty. You may want to park the car in the garage or at work or something like that. If you have a carport, you may want to tuck that car in tomorrow. And I want to go back and take a look at that storm at Austin because that was a upscaling thunderstorm a little while ago. Yeah, still seeing that complex work through here. And kind of as expected, they have issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Glen Arbor down to Beulah. This is in northern parts of Michigan. Leelanau, Benzie, and Grand Traverse County, northern Michigan here, moving east at 50 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour winds in this complex of storms. It's kind of just coming off the lake right now, but it does have this kind of bowing feature in it. It's going to push it into some areas that had some severe storms earlier this evening. Traverse City, roughly about 35 minutes or so. So a more populated area in northern Michigan. It's going to be working across some of those areas. Yeah, definitely stay safe tomorrow. Disconnect. And at the current look of things, based on the models, we'll likely be live streaming again. So it looks like another live stream day tomorrow, late afternoon ish. Could change based on new model data, based on the morning data that comes in from balloons and surface observations and things. So we'll take a look in the morning and see. But yeah, probably a live stream tomorrow. Pretty sure of that. Oh, the Rufus model, yeah. And the Rufus model officially becomes it becomes official in the next month or so, right? August-ish. Right now, it's technically still experimental. I don't check the Rufus that much, but I should start kind of comparing it to the models that I generally use. Disconnect. It seems like the Rufus model will print out supercells in like a 35-degree weather temperature condition and stuff. Like, yeah, the Rufus model tends to think everything is a supercell. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a warning out of this cell on this complex. Continues to show some 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. And yeah, that has uptrended the last little bit, approaching Greenwood, Wisconsin, Hillsboro, Rockbridge. We called you guys out earlier. And this is a storm complex that will actually work its way towards the Dells. So, especially this time of the year, holiday weekend, I'm sure the Dells are pretty full right now. So, if you have boats out here, you may want to just make sure they're locked down before you go to bed. I mean, Caleb, it's Illinois in 2026, so probably. Caleb, LOI. For anyone that is not following the conversation. That was a little bit of sarcasm, but I actually haven't done a deep dive into Friday or Saturday. I haven't done a deep dive into Saturday yet. I probably will tomorrow morning because I want to put together a forecast for 4th of July anyway. So, and that is Saturday. So, yeah, I'll do a little deeper dive into Saturday's weather situation tomorrow. Yeah, wind seems to be picking up in this cell too, around the Austin, Minnesota area, Oakland, Brownsdale, down towards Rose Creek. This area could be another area that I'm intrigued about for having a severe warning. And then these storms are pushing across Lake Winnebago right now, pushing into areas around Brillion, Chilton, Brotherstown, and some of the worst of this actually might stay just north of Fond du Lac and north of Sheboygan. Okay, this is what I was hoping for. Not hoping for damage or destruction, but just I'm hoping we were going to get some storm reports to where are those storm reports? Were they all storm reports? They were from earlier? Okay, never mind. I didn't have the filter, and those were exactly where the storm is, but they're not new storm reports. So we should get new storm reports. If we had a Mesonet site in Oshkosh earlier at the airport, we should get a new storm report here in the next couple minutes to see what kind of wind gusts we have in this storm complex. Yeah, I'm still doing good. It's yeah, it's been a busy night. Even though we haven't had a ton of storms, it's been a pretty busy night, but I'm doing awesome. Let's see. Yeah, here comes this leading edge into the areas in Michigan. You can see that bulge in there. So this is where a leading edge of this wind is. It's pushing through Frankfort and again, Beulah, Green Lake Township, Long Lake Township, Maple City, Glen Arbor. This warning continues here in northern Michigan, all the way to about Traverse City. They've extended this warning out another 31 minutes. Severe thunderstorm warning there continues, and that's for eastern Winnebago County and for Calumet counties. I think this is kind of considered northeast Wisconsin. I'll say it's kind of northeast Wisconsin. We're getting some new storms developing here near Lamar's in western Iowa. Those will be storms to watch. They are in this favorable environment. Storm Prediction Center does outline a severe thunderstorm watch until 2 a.m. And then actually some storms that have overperformed the models earlier. We still have storms that are not severe, but there's a couple of clusters in western Kansas. Yeah, this is an interesting little cluster near Lenora, Kansas. Highway 9 out towards Logan. And then kind of a just isolated scattered storms across areas like Scott City. And then I think we lost our storms across the East Coast. Yeah. Still a few lightning strikes, still a couple strong storms north of Providence, Rhode Island. This complex, or what's left of it, is actually going to reach the Atlantic, it looks like. Some of these storms down here probably will actually make its way through Rhode Island and actually get out towards like Newport, but not as severe complex of storms anymore. The more concentrated storms are in eastern portions of New Hampshire, about to push into extreme southern Maine, but they're not looking too severe either. A little bit of maybe a cool down compared to some of the heat earlier. And then, yeah, still a couple storms. They may cross into western portions of New York. Still some storms over by Peterborough, Ontario, but things are calming down across southern Ontario as well tonight. Interested to see the new Storm Prediction Center outlook. It'll be very interesting to see that. We should be getting that outlook. It generally comes out right around 1 a.m. Sometimes they'll get it out a few minutes early, but if it's a more complex forecast, it can also sometimes be like 105 or 109 or something like that. All right, just kind of scrolling social media real quick just to make sure there's no updates. If anyone has storm, reports or storm photos, you can definitely share those to us. Let me click the socials link. For anyone new here, give us a like on WXCast Live on Facebook and X. X is probably the best way to send those storm pictures or videos. Tag us in things if you're out chasing. I don't recommend, everybody goes chasing. If you're actually a storm chaser and you're watching this and you want to tag us on stuff, X is probably the best way to get us live, in the moment kind of storm chase footage or pictures. But, and then, yeah, if you're in certain areas and in severe weather and you're in a safe way to do it and you can get us a severe picture, definitely send us on X. And then we repost our forecast videos, our forecast discussions, and our links to live streaming on Facebook. So if you have friends or family that maybe don't have a YouTube but still want to join, you can send them our Facebook link and they can see the YouTube link from there. There's that little cluster of wind. It's pushing through Frankfurt. There's another little batch just offshore that may work its way towards Empire, Michigan, towards Glen Arbor. It's another one of those line segments that doesn't have the whole thing as, severe. It's just going to be little batches in here. But this one may be a little bit more centerline for the Traverse City area. So we'll keep an eye on this little batch of storms. Gusts in there, probably 62, 61. Feisty storm for late at night in Michigan. And then, yeah, these storms continue to weaken, I believe. Still seeing the gust front in here pushing through areas east of Fond du Lac. weird little storm there, but I don't think there's anything in there. Yeah, these storms are generally on a downtrend as they're pushing into the eastern shores of Lake Winnebago and then into areas like Brillion, Chilton, Manitowoc, kind of center line for that complex of storms. Couple adjustments here. Get this tracking tool lined up. Okay, yeah, Manitowoc would be roughly about the shoreline, roughly about 19 or 20 minutes still. So that'll be approaching the I-43 corridor. Not as much to see on our cameras, obviously, at night. Things have calmed down a little bit across this flash flood warning. That's around Appleton. Still see wet roads, but I don't see as much ponding on the roadway there. That camera, I think, is behind some of the heaviest rain. But there may be more rounds of moderate to heavy rain. There's more storms back closer to the I-39 corridor, and then there's more storms even back further. So things are not done around the Appleton area. It's just a little bit of a lull, and then there are more storms all the way back towards Albert Lea, Minnesota. Hey, Cruz, welcome back. Yeah, we're going pretty good. I was kind of waiting to see, Cruz, if we get more development back here where model data kind of supported that, and the Storm Prediction Center was still keeping these watches out here, and then I'm kind of holding. I'm interested to see the latest day one SPC outlook that should come out in about 20 minutes or so. So we'll go through it live here in the next couple minutes when the Storm Prediction Center releases their day one outlook. We'll go through it live here on camera. Still seeing this gusty wind near Beulah and Honor, approaching Traverse City. We'll keep an eye on that storm too. It's pretty complex, Cruz. Like it's not an easy answer, but I'm not sure there's a quick answer for that. But I think we were talking about it a little bit. I don't know if you were on, but I think it's the consistency. The algorithm really likes consistency, so it's being live, posting forecast discussions, even on the post section. I think it's all the stuff. Just being very active. I think the YouTube algorithm likes that. And then, I don't know, it's just kind of finding your voice. You have to find your voice. You have to find your right audience. It's a complex thing. Yeah, I don't know if there's a quick way to answer that. Maybe we can talk another time, Cruz. Like, I don't know. There's definitely yeah, you have to have your own way of doing things. being real, I think that's the biggest thing. As someone said earlier, when Vince was on, he keeps it real. I think that's the other thing too, is you have to be honest with your audience. I'm not going to bash them too much. I'm not afraid to call out the Storm Prediction Center or call out local weather service offices if they, completely miss a warning or if they have too many warnings. Like, I'm not afraid to call it like it is and say like, hey, this needs a warning or this doesn't need a warning. Speaking of which, they have dropped that warning across the Chilton area. Looks like that storm is not severe at the moment. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just, it takes a lot of practice. It takes a lot of time. The other thing too, Cruz, is like go to what's the channel? And for anyone that's watching, if you have it, not just a weather channel, but just like a regular YouTube channel, and you want to expand that, you have to put in the time. It takes a long time to put in the work. The guy that does the vidIQ on YouTube, he does like YouTube tutorials and things. He has a lot of good vidIQ is he's a guy with glasses. I think he's British, but he has a lot of solid advice for like growing a YouTube channel, and it's a lot of it's about finding your niche, finding your voice, connecting with your audiences in an authentic way. That's probably the biggest thing, Cruz, is like, and just putting in your time. And I know he's talked about it. Other people that have had YouTube advice have talked about it. Like we've put in, I don't know, 2 years of storm seasons, and I remember broadcasting like 12 hours to like 20 people. So, but I treated it like it was a full broadcast and, hardly anyone chatting and stuff. So it's certainly nicer now when we're having more people, when we're able to, have people in chat say like where they are and if they're having a storm issue. So it's a lot more interactive now. And then that kind of snowballs. Once you get to a certain level, then it kind of just grows on its own. But in any niche, whatever your YouTube channel's about, early on is going to be the hardest, because when you only have a couple views, and maybe if you're on a live stream and you only have a couple people in the live stream, people aren't sure if it's a legit source or if it's a, if it's a reputable source. So it's all about building all that credibility up, but that takes time. And that's the thing that like a lot of the YouTube advice channels and the vidIQ guy will tell you, is it the time also that it takes, the time and effort weeds out some of the bad actors. There's still some bad actors because there's still a lot of like hype people, and there's still a lot of people that put out like AI junk. But yeah, this area here has increased in intensity a little bit. Seeing some wind pick up in here, potentially closer to that 60, 65 kind of range. So we'll keep an eye on this storm. This has actually intensified a little bit as it's coming towards the Traverse City area. So for our friends in Wisconsin, I'll keep paying attention to you guys, since there are a ton of storms over here. They're just not severe right now. And shift gears a little bit to our most severe storm right now, Traverse City. Storm Chaser Noah, how's it going tonight? You are up late. Man, that is late night for Noah. Yeah, are you like a late, what is it, like a night owl, Noah? Oh, nice. Let me know if you drop merch. I'll probably pick up something. And anyone on here, follow Storm Chaser Noah. He's been our Storm Chaser for a few of our streams lately, and the Storm Chaser Noah and his team has had some great footage and done some excellent chasing this season. So if you're into the chasing side of things, give Storm Chaser Noah a follow there on his channel. Yeah, Noah's a good dude. Yeah, that wind is pushing through the Highway 31 corridor right now, and then up towards the Glen Arbor area. Traverse City is another area that has a lot of cottages. There's a lot of tourists probably in the Traverse City area this time of year, especially with the 4th of July holiday. So hopefully this is going to wake them up in those cottages and everything. I'm definitely curious too, Noah. So I'll take a look at the. Hopefully, maybe you can send me some merch, peek or something. Send me a sneak peek too. Yeah, I'll take a look. Sneak peek stuff. Yeah, this other batch of wind in there near Glen Arbor. Oh yeah, I just got it. Let me see. Actually, that looks really sick. Nice work, Noah. Yeah, that's cool. Caleb. Yeah, flash flooding is going to be an ongoing issue through the Wisconsin area. Where's that warning? Fort Collins, Colorado. Checking in from Colorado. Wow, that has exploded in the last couple minutes. There's a pretty nasty line of storms now in northern Colorado, and they're kind of back building along each other. They're not really moving that much. This could also be another area that has some localized flash flooding all the way up towards Grover in northern Colorado along 79, it looks like. It's pretty nasty storms in here. This has a little bit of a hail core in here near Greeley. Yeah, right in there. You can see the lowered values there. Not a ton of wind, but nasty line of storms with some hail in there. Yeah, I'll keep it under wraps. But I like what I saw, Noah. Thanks for sharing. So yeah, Caleb and anyone else, give Storm Chaser Noah a follow on his public communication, and then when he drops his merch, I'm sure he'll post it on his socials. Nice. All right, getting some new random warnings as we're waiting for that SPC outlook to drop. A new random warning out in Burlington, Colorado, and then eastern Kansas. Considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds, Kit Carson County, Wallace, and Sherman counties in Kansas. That's a random one. Oh yeah, it's racing up towards the highway here too. And it's kind of abruptly turned right, which is very interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. There's the pocket of the considerable threat winds. Seeing some winds in there close to 70 miles an hour. Closing in on the radar site also out of Goodland. Yeah, Goodland, Kansas. That is interesting. East at 25. I don't know if it's moving east at 25. I think it's moving quicker than that. Just based on how that storm has transitioned a little bit. Yeah, that's a dangerous storm. Noah. No, you're good, Leighton. That's the great thing about this. Like these long extended streams is you can kind of pop in and out and check in when you need to. We have Storm Chaser Noah in the chat, Leighton. So if you're a fan of weather and storm chasing, give Noah a follow. And apparently Storm Chaser Noah is dropping some merch pretty soon. Top secret at the moment, but he'll be dropping it pretty soon, I guess. Yeah, in here near Glen Arbor, just off the Lake Michigan here, northwest of Traverse City, there's a little pocket of some stronger winds as well. Still being warned for 60, and then the other area has kind of broadened out. Green Lake Township over towards Beulah. But these are not that far from the radar site, so some of this wind energy could be reaching the ground, especially where these higher precip values are. And this area is still kind of bowing out a little bit as it pushes towards the Traverse City area. Next couple minutes, that's going to work its way into downtown Traverse City. So it's about to get loud there. Leading edge of wind is kind of right in there around Long Lake Township, Green Lake Township, up to Maple City. And yeah, they've extended that warning to the East Grand Traverse County. Oh, nice. That's cool. Kind of a small world there in the Layton. That's awesome. Storm Chaser Noah. The storms have continued to weaken across Wisconsin, still seeing this outflow boundary. That's going to push some gusty winds through Sheboygan down to West Bend. And actually, the outflow boundary from the storm may make its way down into the northern Milwaukee suburbs. The strongest part of that remaining storm is around Francis Creek, Manitowoc, Two Rivers, and then it's basically out into the open water across Lake Michigan. I don't think we got new storms back there. 12:53. Do we have the new SPC outlook yet? Should be coming out in the next couple minutes. Lately, I don't know. I don't remember compared to like last storm season. I feel like they've generally made some very big changes to the outlook between the day 2 and day 1. So this outlook has been, I don't know if it's the lack of those balloons out west or something, but they've generally made the bigger changes on this outlook. So we'll see. I appreciate Cruz. I appreciate your breaking the rules to support our live stream. Yeah, we're doing pretty good tonight. We've had it's been a nice mix. For anyone new here, we've had people from all over tonight. We've had people from Alaska to Alabama to Boston to Colorado. It's been a really varied stream, so I appreciate it. And if you're new, like and subscribe, click that bell icon. Yeah, we're doing things a little different here on WeatherCast Live. We're focused on non-hype, science-based communications, just trying to add a little different voice to the weather communication space. Oklahoma, yeah, we've had, I think, that might be one of our more popular states. Yeah, disconnects in the house. So I feel like we got some pretty famous people in the weather space in here too. Got Storm Chaser Noah in here now. We had Storm Chaser Vince earlier. So yeah, we're getting it. We got Cruz. This is an interesting storm. I wouldn't be surprised if there's actually some larger hail in here, just based on the ZDR right in this little pocket. Although correlation coefficient doesn't really support that, but yeah, still a pretty nasty storm. Greeley, Windsor, Eaton. That's another area that lightning strikes have come up pretty significantly too in the last little bit. I didn't realize that disconnect. I didn't realize you were way up there. Okay, yeah. That's a beautiful part of the country. And then, yeah, following this area, considerable threat just south of Goodland, Goodland, Kansas. Looks like that wind has backed off just a little bit, just in the last radar scan. But that is going to be approaching the I-70 corridor. Although it may have turned more easterly, so we'll keep an eye on that too. I'm happy to have our existing chatters that have subscribed and been around for a while, but also happy to have our new subscribers in here as well. Yeah, I'm worried about flash flooding there because those storms around Greeley and northern Colorado don't seem to be moving that much. This storm is moving at least, dumping a ton of heavy rain, a lot of lightning. An area here of the country, northern Michigan, that doesn't get a crazy amount of severe weather. But so this is a pretty nasty storm for this area around Traverse City. There was like a fully formed supercell yesterday afternoon. It's all over. I don't think we grabbed a picture of it, but over social media, check it out yesterday. There was like a fully formed supercell up here in the UP of Michigan yesterday. I'm surprised more of that line in here doesn't have a warning on it. It seems like this whole line segment should probably get a warning. Although I guess there seems to be a little bit more hail down in this area between Greeley and Windsor, but I think there's some pockets of hail kind of all along this line. And not a ton of gusty winds. There's a little bit in this southern cell. Yeah, it's gone up relatively quickly, pushing about 45,000 feet. I shared this at the very beginning of the stream. If anyone is in Colorado, I think this is going to be a representative of quite a few places in Colorado with the ongoing fires and drought, especially across western and central Colorado. But unfortunately, Colorado Springs has canceled their fireworks for the 4th of July, it looks like. And not just canceled those, but they are warning that all permitted Independence Day firework displays have been canceled. And yeah, so they talk about it in a fairly long post. But I wouldn't be surprised if some of these areas have local ordinances that are going to enforce not shooting off fireworks. So if you have fireworks and if you have a stockpile ready to go for 4th of July, please be a good neighbor and don't shoot off fireworks into dry brush and cause a new forest fire, because this area has really extreme fire conditions the next few days. It looks like it's going to continue at least into the holiday weekend. So just save the stockpile. Just wait for another holiday. But yeah, that is unfortunate there for areas in Colorado. Awesome. Thanks, Leighton. Yeah, that helps. Share the stream. Like and subscribe helps. If you see we're on sometime and it's an area that you're not in, but maybe you have friends or family that are in that area for severe weather, you can, send them our link, and that helps too, sharing with friends and family that are in severe weather areas. Yeah, this area has come up a little bit. Couple changes here. They have dropped that watch area across the southern portions of Minnesota, northern Iowa. This other watch goes until 2, so the remaining part of that till 2 a.m. And then this watch was the newest one. It goes till 5 a.m. There's going to be more storms in the watch area, especially this one in parts of Wisconsin. But things are behaving themselves across the Midwest right now. Sounds good, Cruz. Have a good day tomorrow. And Cruz, if you need some channel advice, like we can talk another time too. Like you're a good dude. I'm happy to give you some channel advice later too. Caleb, I think you did come in. You were in, Caleb, on one of our late night streams. Awesome. Yeah, you've been a really good chat guy too, Caleb. I like when the chat is interactive. It definitely helps. And even if you don't, if you're scared to chat and you just want to sit back and relax, that's good too. But some other people, they may just kind of say where they are from, and if there's ask if there's severe weather coming. That's a way to interact too. Yeah, there's all kinds of ways to interact. You guys most, Leighton and Caleb, you guys most maybe were on that one stream that was like, we had a full overnight stream a couple weeks ago for those storms in the Ohio Valley, and then the tornadoes across portions of southern Louisiana. Might have been that stream. All right, hot off the presses. Let's get this going here. Severe warnings continue there around Glen Arbor, Traverse City. Watching those storms pushing through the Traverse City area now. And then we have a couple severe warnings there in Kansas, considerable threat, and then Fort Collins. So nothing changed there in the last minute. So let's take a look at the Storm Prediction Center forecast. Enhanced. They did do some changes to this. Enhanced risk. And this is going to be very live. I have not seen this yet. This is literally just coming out. They've also added a slight risk there around Chattanooga and Atlanta. All right, so what have they done? We still have the large 2% tornado risk. So this is probably a wind-driven. Yeah, it's going to be a wind-driven enhanced risk, it looks like. Hatched and 30% wind. And we still have this kind of banana shape of hatched 15% hail. So hail risk all the way from Madison, Wisconsin, across northern portions of Iowa, southern Minnesota, basically South Dakota, hail risk pretty much the entire state, and then all the way up across Williston and into North Dakota. That wind risk, yeah, centered into western portions of Minnesota and into the Dakotas. And this tornado risk has stayed the same recently, but I think there was like a 5% at one point. I feel like yesterday, unless I'm just thinking of another day, I feel like yesterday they had a 5%, kind of like right in here. So that's interesting. Yeah, right at the changeover, you can quickly switch between the day 2 and the day 1. These are the changes. So yeah, they've expanded it just a little bit. It's a little bit fatter across, like it bumps up towards the Fargo area. Yeah, yesterday Fargo was kind of in the marginal. Not much other changes other than some slight shape changes there. They've kind of just expanded it just a little bit to get the enhanced in there. Interesting. Yeah, it should in a second. That was the day 3. This will be the day 2. Let me see if I can pull it manually. Okay, yeah, that's a decent change. So that's what it was. That's for Friday. And this is the new Friday. So they've stretched this out. Yeah, they've kind of tucked it up in there. Not much other changes, it looks like, compared to those two. It's mostly just they've extended it out. They've kind of balled up a little bit here. That's changed just a little bit. I think they've tucked it down a little bit like that. But the overall marginal risk has stayed the same. This will get more changes too, but okay. Yeah, we don't have a day 4 yet, or day 3. We don't have a new day 3 yet. Yeah, tomorrow now. I probably said that a couple different times. Today is Thursday. It's Thursday, July 2nd. I keep saying tomorrow, but yeah. Oh, there it is. Just updated. That's tomorrow, Friday. That's what it was. That's what it is now. Yeah, so this gets closer to NOAA. Also got the latest HRRR. Let's just take a quick peek at this. Still wants to continue these storm developments across southern Minnesota, northern Iowa, into Wisconsin. And yeah, I think you're going to have some isolated damaging winds in here. They're still on the table, an isolated tornado or two, but we haven't seen a lot of long track tornadoes. We haven't seen a lot of mesocyclones that are able to sustain themselves. So you may get a brief tornado. But yeah, I think the bigger threat right now, honestly, is probably going to be the flash flooding risk. There could be some isolated, pretty significant flash flooding continuing there. Let's take a look here and take a look at storms just to double check everything. We still have those storms considerable threat around Goodland. I think they have weakened a little bit. Yeah, that surge of wind is pushing towards the Goodland area. There still is a pocket in here that has some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds pushing towards the Goodland. And then our cell over in Greeley, 60 mile an hour winds, quarter size hail. I think there might be some half dollars in here at least, kind of in this area. Bracewell, Severance, just north of Greeley. Little pocket of larger hail potentially in there. And then our other severe storms are in northern portions of Michigan around Traverse City. Yeah, the biggest burst of wind is through the Traverse City area, around Holiday Hills, East Bay, and then approaching Whitewater Township. And yeah, just as I said that, they have expanded that considerable threat off to the north, covering the Goodland area, Colorado, Brewster. So pretty gusty winds about to cross the highway. Let's see. I did not have Kansas cameras loaded tonight. All right, curious. It's a little bit dark. May be hard for you guys to see, but this is at Goodland. This is at the exit here at Goodland 70 and Kansas Highway 27. So this area is about to get slammed with potentially some 70 plus mile an hour winds. Yeah, just a couple miles off the interstate here, working up towards the interstate. This is a dangerous situation. The winds are perpendicular to the interstate. So as trucks and stuff, like we just saw a big 18-wheeler are traveling along this interstate, they're about to get broadsided by some pretty significant winds. That can tip 18-wheelers and high-profile vehicles. Always a dangerous situation when you have winds like that on parallel highways or on perpendicular highways. I can already see there's some raindrops kind of crossing the camera. It's about to go downhill pretty quickly across this area. The best thing is, if there is hail in this storm, it is well south of the interstate, kind of in the southeast portion of that storm, but the wind is making its way up across the I-70 corridor. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting camera to see how how long this camera can last here, and if it can continue to stream data for us. But we should be able to sample some of those winds pretty quickly here in this storm. And seeing a decent amount of lightning in here. The lightning is picked up in this storm. You can see it along the horizon. This camera is looking to the east, so our wind is going to be coming from the right side of this camera. So it'll be blowing from the right across to the left. I don't know if 70 mile an hour. I think this radar site has taken a lot. We've been in this radar site before, and it's taken a lot of considerable threat plus. So it seems like it's a pretty sturdy setup they got out there. Yeah, they took a big bite out of that watch area. This one's going to stay, it looks like, until 5 a.m., but this one, I mean, it was good. It was a good watch, but it definitely underperformed the watch data. So yeah, I'll call it like it is. It was a good watch. The Storm Prediction Center definitely should have put out a watch, but I was expecting storms too. It kind of underperformed the model data, and I'm sure the Storm Prediction Center was looking at some of the same stuff, but a couple of tornadoes, scattered hail to 2 inches. I don't think we had any 2-inch hail in that area. Scattered wind gusts to 75. We had no considerable warnings in that area. So yeah, I mean, that's a good thing though. These areas have actually gotten a lot of severe weather this spring, and for that to underperform, that's not a bad thing. Chasers will probably not like that very much because they drove 500 miles to get there and then nothing happened, but that's kind of a chaser perspective, is a little different from the rest of us. No offense if Noah's still in the chat. Still seeing some heavy winds. Old Mission, Peninsula Township, north of Traverse City. There's another batch kind of right in here. Whitewater Township. Still a couple thousand feet up. We are generally headed towards this radar site with this storm. So a couple thousand feet up, there's some pretty significant winds in there. it could have some close to considerable threat winds closer to the ground level. Especially if you're right on the water here. Like if you're out towards Elk Rapids or Torch Lake, right along the water where there's less friction over the water, that may be an area that has a little bit more wind in it. Stones, welcome. You guys are up late. So yeah, that's a pretty nasty storm. We've actually lost most of our severe storms across Wisconsin. That's a little bit of a stronger storm in northern Michigan. And then back to Goodland, Kansas. Uh-oh. I see the circle, so... oh, there it goes. About to get into some considerable threat winds here in Goodland, Kansas. Yeah, just south of the radar site. 66, 60... may have come down just a little bit. That's good to know. Hopefully you're staying cool there in Kansas City. Kansas City today got up into the 90s with a heat index of 105 or 103. Yeah, 103. Yeah. Looks like it's going to get hotter for Kansas City. They're saying 105 by 4th of July. Heat index of 105 for 4th of July weekend. Yeah. High of 93. Heat index of 105 for Kansas City. Hmm. Yeah, this area, considerable threat coming into Goodland. It may have lost a little bit of punch just on the southern side of the highway here. But it is rolling right up towards the radar site. Just south of the radar site there. Yeah. No, I feel you. They have extended this warning. Actually surprised they haven't extended that as a considerable threat. It's into some new areas north and east of Traverse City. This is for Antrim County in northern Michigan, east at 45. So it's going to be areas like Bel Air, Chestonia, Elmira, areas along Highway 131, and down to areas just north of Kalkaska, Michigan. Traverse City, they've canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for downtown Traverse City, but still out towards East Bay. There's some pretty strong storms, Whitewater Township, Union Township. If you're west into western Michigan here, severe threat diminished. You may get more storms from the storms that are coming across Wisconsin. Yeah, there's still more storms out there. That one original batch of severe storms has now pushed across the areas around Manitowoc and Two Rivers. That area is offshore now. Starting to see the camera shake a little bit on that camera perspective. Kind of keeps freezing up. But yeah, see, that's a situation I'm a little worried about. The trucks and the 18-wheelers, and they're about to get slammed with wind from the south side of the highway. And anyone just kind of joining, tomorrow is another severe weather day. Looks like we'll probably be live, I would guess, somewhere around 4 o'clock Central, maybe a little sooner, maybe a little later, depending on storm development. But another enhanced risk tomorrow. Southern and southeastern portions of North Dakota, much of, I guess, central and northeastern portions of South Dakota, and then into western Minnesota, Morris, and down towards basically the state line, like Sioux Falls, Brookings, Watertown, Aberdeen, Wilmar, Redwood Falls, down into extremely northwest portions of Iowa, Sibley, George, Rock Rapids, and then up to the areas south of Fargo. There's some lightning on that camera. This is our considerable threat out of Goodland, Kansas. It has weakened just a little bit, and overall that storm has come down in intensity, so it's not just because it's closing in on the radar site, but we're not seeing the hail core in there anymore. It was south of Goodland along Highway 27. That hail core has diminished. May have kind of perked up on a couple different cell mergers right in there earlier. Some of the heaviest rain is also staying off the highway, so we're right on the edge in the Goodland camera, just out of the heaviest rain, and maybe just out of the heaviest wind. Alaska, welcome. We had some other viewers from Alaska earlier, but welcome. Thanks, Marissa. Oh yeah, I think you were on last night too. Whoa, big lightning there. How'd you guys fare, Marissa, in that storm last night, overnight? I checked in the morning and I saw there were some severe reports, but it looked like 60-mile-an-hour winds, and I didn't see any more of the considerable threat across the Sioux Falls area. I didn't see any large hail reports either, or tornadoes. I think we had covered the last tornado warning before going off air last night, so. Yeah, you guys may get more rounds of storms tomorrow, it looks like. Heavy pocket of winds covering across the Torch Lake area. Yeah, that's good. It looked like it may have missed you guys by a little bit. It did stay on a pretty true line. I think we looked at that before the stream ended yesterday. It looked like it was going to go a little bit northwest of the Sioux Falls area, and I think it did. So, lucked out, it looked like. Yeah. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting day. And yeah, we'll be on, I think, tomorrow. Let's see. Maybe as early as about 3 o'clock, 2 or 3 o'clock, according to some of this model, gets some of these storms going across the Austin area, Albert Lea, Mason City. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting day because there's not going to be just one cluster. There's going to be a couple different clusters that develop. And then, yeah, like this model wants to put a cluster out towards Bismarck. So, yeah, the models don't handle great days like this. So this cluster could be here, but it could also be down there. It could be a lot of places. That's why right now that risk area is fairly general. And yeah, Sioux Falls area, you're kind of right on that southern end of the enhanced risk. It does look like it's mostly going to be a wind risk, but yeah. Yeah, we'll be live tomorrow. Oh, yeah. You definitely got to be weather aware then. Yeah, if you live in that RV, that's going to have to be like a heightened awareness for that severe risk. I somehow got, I don't know, somehow the algorithm, the YouTube algorithm on my personal YouTube account somehow thought I liked like RV build videos. I actually got pretty deep into the weeds in that, and I don't know, living in an RV actually does sound pretty cool though. Yeah, it was like a build, it was an RV build out or something. It was a really interesting video. Yeah. Oh, I appreciate all of you guys too. We're trying to grow the channel in the right way and not focus on clickbait and hyping it up. But as I said earlier, it's good to follow multiple streamers, and there's enough streamers also right now where you can kind of pick ones that fit your personality and your streaming kind of mode or tone. I think right now is a pretty good time for weather streaming. Yeah. No, that's right. It is cheap. Is yours mobile too? Can you pack up and just move to like some random place, or are you pretty much like tied down to that spot? Because that is kind of cool if you can get up and decide to go up to Torch Lake, Michigan or something like that. That'd be kind of cool. Just take everything and hit the road. Seeing the winds come down just a little bit, as I suspected, as this complex gets off the water. That should reduce the wind risk in here. Oh, okay. That's still cool though. Yeah, that the video I saw was really neat how they're finding spaces to organize things and cubbies and drawers and stuff and pull outs, and it was definitely a cool way. I think you could live pretty cool like that. Like in another life I would totally do that. Yeah. I get that's good too though, because then you at least have a place you're going back to, which is nice. I guess there's pros and cons like either way. Okay, they have expanded some warnings into Colorado. That's kind of what I was expecting. This whole line has had a couple different pockets of hail. Not as much in the gusty winds. It's been warned for quarters and 60. I don't know. I think it could have more than quarters at times, but yeah, that's an interesting little cluster of storms out in Colorado. And as I think it was Disconnect or something said earlier, these storms are not moving much. There could be an isolated flash flood risk out here as well. From near Greeley, yeah, it's kind of back building Windsor, Johnstown, Meade, and then up towards Grover, across the areas like Pine Bluffs and Kimball, Sydney. There's a cluster here that's just not moving that much. So if you're in a flood prone area, you may want to pay attention to those. Even though there's no warnings right now for flooding in Colorado, still pretty nasty storm. This storm has come down in intensity a little bit, still being warned considerable threat. We're pretty much right at where those considerable threat winds would be, and I don't see a ton in there. Yeah, that's a good sign. Yeah, we can look at those storms again. Let's. I don't know if the models are handling it great, but let's look at the 12-hour loop. Here. This is a couple hours old, this model data, but in general, yeah, see, like the models are kind of all over because they have each model run has different placement of where these storms are potentially going tomorrow. But yeah, somewhere I think in here we start to get some type of storm development in here tomorrow afternoon, somewhere between basically the Missouri River and Rochester, Minnesota. Depending on the models, like this one takes that storm development a little further west in Iowa. Some of the newest models put it up towards Mason City. So somewhere in there, I think we get storm development tomorrow afternoon. And then, yeah, models, depending on where you are, like some of this area for storm development tomorrow. Central North Dakota, north central South Dakota. And then from there, we could get kind of multiple clusters of storms. It's going to be a messy night tomorrow. Models kind of handle it differently, but in this scenario, as this cluster of storms works towards the east across North Dakota into Minnesota, looks like we get new development into the evening hours across the Brookings and the Sioux Falls area tomorrow.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
So yeah, there is a possibility of severe storms across these whole areas. It's not one complex. It's going to be very messy tomorrow. We'll see how things develop. This model likes a little bit of everything. It likes some clusters. It likes some Boeing segments. It likes one random supercell near Valentine, Nebraska. Which also, I mean, jokingly, yeah, it also means that the model also may be not sensing things 100% because it's just kind of throwing everything out there. So tomorrow is a little bit of a tricky forecast. One of the trickier ones, actually. And yeah, a lot of this is really conditional depending on actually what develops. If you get a complex through here and then there's a little bit of a low level flow and you get that instability and moisture build up along an outflow boundary, then you can get more storms to develop pretty easy in there. So I mean that's a plausible outcome. But so are the other models. The latest one goes out a little bit differently. What does it have? This latest model run, a couple isolated storms over the morning, but then really developed storms 2, 3, 4 o'clock. Again, like I said earlier, a little bit further north and east, Fort Dodge up to the Rochester area, and then wants to put more storms in a little bit further south into South Dakota versus North Dakota. So there's model differences. This is about 6 o'clock according to this model. Kind of pushes storms up towards Jamestown through Bismarck, and then kind of more scattered isolated storms across South Dakota. Puts another cluster kind of continuing to build up across northern Iowa, maybe pushing into Wisconsin. So yeah, models are kind of in a little disagreement right now. Don't worry about what it looks like right now, and you definitely can't. Tomorrow's one of those days where you definitely can't be like, hey, there's a supercell right in my neighborhood. You can't really look at the model and be like, this is going to happen in this exact spot. It just kind of gives a general idea. And I think the biggest thing it gives tomorrow, it gives a general idea that there's looks like a little more concentrated area of storm development tomorrow, kind of here, and generally kind of a little more concentrated storm development area there. And then we'll kind of just have to see how it plays out a little bit. It's a super tricky forecast. Yeah, not a great forecast. The models aren't doing great with it. I hate to even look at it, but let's see what the Rufus does. The Rufus, before I show this, prints out supercells. It makes everything look like a supercell. It sometimes does an okay job with placement, so we can see if it has decent placement, maybe. When the Rufus model loads. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the Rufus model and see if it works here. Why is it not giving me the Rufus model? Okay, weirdly, it's not giving me the Rufus model tonight, so that's interesting. Let's look at the NAM real quick. That's weird. Okay, I don't know what the Rufus is doing tonight. Not letting me tack. It's not letting me tack it on. Let's go to the NAM real quick. See what the NAM looks like. Okay, so here's the problem here. When I look at model data, especially when I'm doing a real forecast, but even on these little quick looks and stuff, when I'm looking at model data, one of the first things I look at is, does the model get the current setup correct? And no, the current setup, the model is getting completely wrong. It has a convective system working through an area that does not have any storms in it right now. So the current model starts a little wrong. So that's going to be a little bit of an issue downstream, but let's continue to see how it tries to develop tomorrow. Okay, by about 4 o'clock, it does still kind of develop this area like our other HRRR model. It puts new storm development a little further south and east than the HRRR tomorrow. Keeps this area clear at 4 o'clock. So a little bit of model differences there. And then it does develop more storms into Nebraska tomorrow and into South Dakota. So it still wants to kind of put a couple different clusters of storms, potentially around midnight, working towards the Sioux Falls area, towards the Missouri Valley, and then eventually pushing eastward. I don't know if I like that model, or that run. And then interestingly, it doesn't do much with that storm cluster that it develops across Wisconsin. It kind of weakens it fairly quickly within about 2 to 3 hours, which is probably a little short. I think it's too low and it weakens it too quickly. I like the HRRR's placement up in here. So yeah, it's a little different. It's not starting great because it's starting with a big convective system that's not there right now. So this is not happening today live. And that has effects on the model because it would push outflow boundaries out further, which is why it probably tries to convect out here instead of up here. So yeah, it's not a great run. Yeah, I don't know why the Rufus is not working right now, but okay. Yeah, I think it's a tricky forecast. We'll likely be on tomorrow. That's I think at least what that forecast says. That forecast says we'll be on covering weather tomorrow night. This is weakened as it is pushing towards Otsego Lake in northern Michigan. There is a little pocket in here, potentially some higher winds, but it's getting into a little bit less populated areas away from Traverse City. Gaylord, Otsego Lake, Vanderbilt up next in that area there. Let's see, what do we have back in Wisconsin? A lot of heavy rain. Still, I think there's a flash flood risk across Wisconsin. Right now, not a lot of severe storms. I'm still watching this cluster. This cluster out in southern Minnesota may continue to kind of uptrend. That may be the next batch of severe storms that would push across southeast Minnesota, potentially over towards La Crosse, and kind of hug that Minnesota-Iowa border. If it stays severe, it'll probably stay below this boundary of ongoing storms and rain-cooled air and kind of hug the southern side of that. So keep an eye on that. Richland Center, Hillsboro, La Crosse, and Point South. Could be a long night there for at least some storms, not a ton of high-end severe weather. And then back to Goodland. That storm continues to weaken. Yeah, and we're seeing those. Yeah, it's not as bad right now in Goodland. Yeah, that warning expires in 2 minutes. So they should let that warning expire. I don't think it's a considerable threat anymore. They may tack a warning on just as a general severe thunderstorm warning. And as I kind of suspected earlier, we are getting a couple more warnings into northern Colorado right now. That one has some feistier hail in it, potentially over the quarter size hail that it's being warned for. Yeah, that one's got more than quarters in it. There they go. They just updated it to golf ball size hail. So yeah, that's the correct warning for that storm. Considerable threat for golf ball size hail. That is northeastern Weld County. And some of these other storms in northern Colorado, flash flood risk, but also some hail, $half size to maybe ping pong ball size in a couple spots. But either of those, all those could produce some larger hail in isolated pockets. So yeah, nasty night there now in Colorado. That's an interesting trend. But I think what we'll do tonight, since the severe weather has generally died down, and yeah, that severe thunderstorm watch in the areas there wraps up at about 20 minutes. Don't think there's new storm development there. We'll wrap it up for tonight, and I'll reset for tomorrow, do some forecasting in the morning, and then we'll be back on probably mid to late afternoon, and then take it through the evening and into the overnight. Looks like a couple more clusters of storms. If the models are correct, maybe a little bit more widespread than tonight. So stay safe overnight, have multiple ways to get warnings. Thanks to all of our new subscribers and our viewers tonight. You guys have been amazing. And we'll continue to bring you no hype, science-based communications. Good night, Stones. Good night, Disconnect. Good night, Marissa. Yeah, at least you guys can kind of rest a little calmer tonight. Mostly just kind of general thunderstorms at the moment. But thank you, everyone. Have a great night, and we'll see you on the next one.